morning, Mika. How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Good. Right, so we'll just put up here. I'll just put the category names so we know where to go. And then start down about here, and we list all our judges. So we've got Mika. Good morning, Craig. We've got Bruce. Yeah. We've got Mike. We've got Rachel. Good morning, Rachel.
I think last time I
Who else doing this? Tony.
3 years ago.
Bruce. We've got Mika. Rachel.
I reckon 5 out of 7.
So we'll get some others. So when they come and do that, we'll do our start time at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Put it up on that one.
Did you guys have my tent?
So we have
Yes, it was.
You found it.
I found it. The only person I haven't. This is Stacey's, and she's not here today.
Morning, Linda.
Yeah.
the valley.
Do you think you've got enough judges?
Coordinated.
So I need to round some people up.
So if you got,
Who have I got as exclusion to start with?
yeah, and it becomes small.
You can give me a list of exclusions.
No, it's not as bad.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as yesterday's jigsaw puzzle.
I'm so sorry.
No, no, it got interesting at one point, but it was fine.
I swear it was as good as I could make it.
In the end, we were just putting people on every couple of things.
Well, I know.
We got.
I don't go shooting in it sometimes, but it's just like, oh, it's here.
My fans are over here, so that's okay.
So you're not going to judge schedule.
Yeah, I have. Who am I missing?
I need to run around for it.
You don't know, so you just take it.
Matt's here, Chris.
But do you plan for it? Do you look at the weather for it?
Mika's here, Mike's here, Roger's not here, Jackie's not. Is Jackie here?
I've seen Jackie.
Jackie's here, but I haven't seen Roger.
You mean because we're all
Rachel,
Craig, okay.
Yeah, because it's like next door.
I've got Mike here.
Yeah.
I've got enough judges to start.
But you're looking for
Jackie and Roger are the only ones that aren't here. So right, so what I do is we're going to pick our 5 that we have on.
Yeah.
We'll try and have a mix of. We'll put Rachel on. Oh, I probably can't put Rachel on. Just to start, because she's got exclusions. So,
Rachel does have exclusions.
We don't get a lot
yes,
of
so we'll put Mika on.
We do get frost.
Are you guys in documentary today?
60.
You got anything in?
But
So you'll have exclusions as well?
like,
Oh no, you're all, I can start. I can. Oh no, I was just trying to work out. I'll try and put a lady on the panel first, but I've only got. Yeah. Oh no, I've got Catherine too. Sorry, I was just looking at my room. It's actually here.
living in Twice. Sydney doesn't have
You
seasons.
can put.
that's what a lot of people say. Yeah. I have friends who like moved down to Tassie or whatever, and they say, why can they get us? Oh, when you come to Tassie, it's like,
5.
it has 4
So
seasons.
what I do with these other ones is I just put them over the others. I just put them somewhere where they aren't
The one's better than the other.
aren't quite in the way.
Like people in Queensland say, either hot
I don't
or
need
it's hot.
creative category. That can just go.
Couldn't do it. Got to have cold.
And you put that time between beside their names.
So no, what I do is when somebody's on, I put a cross, and when they're off, we put a dot. And we do that for the whole panel. So then if I go, who's been on the longest, you can go back and say their crosses. Every time we change somebody, you go down and you tick and cross, or tick and dot whoever's on. So a bit similar to this, but I put a dot. You can either tick or you can cross the people that are on the panel. So there should be 5 ticks at any time. And if we take so when we take someone off and put someone on, we put the time up. So we know exactly how long they've been on. And then if we go, okay, who's been on the longest,
That's a
swap them.
temperature change.
We can.
I've not been told about it.
Okay,
Is it, oh, is it on the...
Oh, on the chat.
Yeah, it's on the chat.
Okay. I did it a few years ago when I first started it because I couldn't handle.
Should I tick already for these guys?
Yeah, we'll start with these guys. Let's just double check.
No, I haven't been in Morocco. I haven't actually been up in that. It's like
It's going to be a very
Europe
quick
area.
turnaround. It's going to be
I've
a
been in
quick
the Americas
turnaround.
a bit, but not in Europe.
Did you consider
So at the top here it tells us when they're coming in. So that's what we... Okay, is everybody bar Rogers here? Okay. We've got, we are under time constraints today. They will start packing down at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So even though they've given us till 3:45, apparently we can do it. So we will see. If they start packing around us, they pack around us. It is what it is. So we've got 128 to get through. So not too bad. We've had worse, eh, Mike? Right. What was that? So basically, concise arguments, and just, yeah, if you've got something else to add, then put your hand up. It will be top, bottom, middle. If it's gold and you're scoring in the gold range and you've got something else to add, then I will ask you if you've got something. If you haven't, and if you have and you're scoring in the silver or below, then you might miss out unless you're in the middle. So we'll keep on track and we'll get it through. So cool. If we're all ready, we can actually start. So let's do it. Okay. Why is my microphone all the way over there? Are we on? We don't have an on and off button. That's interesting.
That's going to be always on.
It is, eh?
Yeah.
that one's been always on?
No one's always on as well, but that's being switched out as well.
Yeah, so that one the switch didn't work. So that
Yeah, I'll just ask Cindy what's going on so that we know.
I'm going to quickly duck to the toilet so I don't put one straight
Okay.
away.
No, you're not.
And then monitoring on your breath, under your breath on panel 1.
it's been like that.
What's that? This mic? Oh, that one there? Yeah, that one's been on since month. Yeah, they have because there was a button there the other day. Probably means I can't mutter into my breath either.
Swap that one out first.
Are you gonna swap? Always on. So no muttering, no comments that you don't want people out in the live world to hear. Okay, right. Let's go. Good morning. Welcome to the documentary category this year for the 2026 Iris Awards. The Iris Awards are kindly sponsored by Canon. So push the button there.
Oh, you've got two of them. Yeah.
No comments, they don't want anybody to hear. Okay, thank you, Canon. Let's play. Okay, so. Did that? There we go.
Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just watch.
Okay, we are in the documentary category. We're going to push the next button too. There we go. Canon is our sponsor for this category as well. Thank you, Canon. Right. Okay, like I said, we're in the documentary category today, Thursday here in Christchurch. I'm Tracy Kennedy, your panel chair. Beside me, I have Nicola Jackson assisting. Our judges in this room today, we have Matt Palmer, Rachel Smith, Chris Anderson, Mike Langford, Mika Boynton, Roger Wanless, Catherine Cadillac, Jackie Rankin, Tony Stewart, Craig Turner-Bullock, and Bruce Moyle, which we are looking forward to. Okay, the documentary category recognises photographic work that presents non-fiction visual reportage of real people, events, issues or environments. Entries should function as factual evidence of circumstances or lived experiences contributing to the understanding rather than the interpretation of reality. This category values documentary principles common in photojournalism, accuracy, context, and depth of information over purely aesthetic values. The intent of this category is to capture honest, observed moments. Documentary photography should be a genuine reflection of reality. The goal is to raise awareness, tell impactful stories, and foster a deeper understanding of the subject matter through powerful, unaltered imagery. Images must be true representations of real-life events. This is a minimal editing category. These categories celebrate in-camera captures while allowing minor post-production adjustments that enhance the image while preserving the original capture. The entrant may utilise in-camera creative techniques such as intentional camera movement, ICM, and multiple exposure photography. Only tiny distractions can be removed, ensuring the image remains true to the original capture, and composites are not allowed. Okay, let's have our run through. Thank you. Judges, are there any other exclusions that you haven't already been put down for? If you've got your own exclusions or people that you know, then they will be accounted for if you get on the Okay. No further ones? I might be able to screw that. There we go. Right, that's right. Okay. Right. We're going to start with our Prince section. Out the back helping us this morning with the Prince, we've got Rachel, Ian and Maya. Let's go. Let's welcome Craig Turner-Bullock, Mika Boynton, Catherine Cadillac, Tony Stewart and Bruce Moyle to the first judging panel of the morning, please. Okay, maybe not, Tony. Okay, yep. Who have we got there? We can have Mike if you like. Yes, please.
Where's my name up there?
Sorry, I didn't actually see the first picture. Okay, let's get started. First print, please.
Alrighty, we're up.
Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Craig, you're going to challenge that?
Yes, please. I'm on 86. I thought this was worthy of a silver with distinction for its storytelling, really. So we have the family sign at the top, and then it's the final image. So this gives us some context to where we are. We're at the Family Bar in Auckland, which is a famous drag club. And this goes beyond telling us where we are and what we're watching into a story for me about our chosen family. So, yeah, I'd love to have a chat about it.
Okay, I've got three of you on the same score at the bottom. Catherine?
I gave this, 78 bronze. I think that narrative largely comes through the text and is not so reflected in the images because of they're a series of individuals rather than there being any connection between them. I do think this is a very strong image, and I'm certainly listening because I also got that same story about chosen family, and I think that they are a beautiful set of images, really wonderfully put together as well. I'm enjoying the presentation and the repetition of that word, and I also commend the photographer for the choice of black and white, which is perhaps a little unusual, given there's so much colour and energy and in this kind of performance that we're seeing here. But I think that that's worked really well. So definitely listening, but I'm just not sure that the strength of that narrative that you're seeing, Craig, is coming across so much in this particular presentation.
Mika, you're in the middle there. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I scored this 82. I loved the initial impact, and I think the positioning of all of the portraits has been really well thought out. And I really appreciate the additional information, Craig, about the location, because obviously us Aussies are not really in the picture on that. But I obviously got the message of family, and I think that's really beautiful. And I do think that the final image, you know, that embrace of everybody as family, I think is wonderful. I think the print quality is excellent. I also was thinking that perhaps a little more narrative would be helpful to get it up into a higher scoring range, just because, you know, the portraits are wonderful, but it's a bit of a tenuous link between all of them.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Craig.
Just a couple of thoughts on the fact that they're all individual images. They're all performing individually, and when when you get drag queens together, there's just chaos. So these are those individual moments, and I think that every drag performer is very much the queen of their, or king in this case. We've got a couple of drag kings there as well, of their chosen unit. So I think the individuality of each comes through. So it's about that for me. They're together in the sense that they're all at this show. They're all that chosen family, but as performers, they're also individual. So individuality comes through in this for me as well. And like others have said, again, the black and white treatment I think is really interesting in this. It's completely unexpected for such a vibrant, colourful show and community. So I think that stripping that back, we can just get into those emotions of those performers a lot more. And I thought it was worthy of a Silverwood distinction. So come up with me.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And Mika, would you like to do the feedback, please?
Sure. I really appreciated the illustration of a couple of really interesting expressions that can relate to what Trump is creating in our world today. I appreciated that the guy on the right has a Trump expression as well as a Trump mask on his head. I found that quite amusing and quirky and different. And I do think the positioning of the two characters has been well thought out, with that lovely diagonal coming through and separating them, because they have quite different expressions. I think if you're going to include text, it might be a good idea to include the whole text. I'm not sure what was at the top of this, but I did feel that the truncation of the text was a little distracting, and the fellow on the left is quite close to the edge, perhaps a little too close, and that's the only thing that I can offer in terms of improvement.
Thank you, Mika. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, congratulations on the bronze. I feel the power of this would have been a bit stronger had there been a strong black in there as well. I think the moment's not quite right. The almost merger of the cone with the person a fraction earlier would have made it a much stronger image.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please.
Congratulations to the photographer. It's a lovely capture, love the detail in the face, contrasting the softness of the surroundings, and quite like the composition. I think it's maybe a little bit strong, maybe we just put the words around the eyes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. And Craig's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 88 for this, and I'm up there for the emotional impact and the presentation of the image. This is the story of this person's life, and I love how it's presented to us in these strips, like they're film strips. I think the visual design of it is really stunning, with that blue frame anchoring us in the middle, and everything else so intentional on the edges all the way around. So for me, it elevated it beyond silver into that distinction range, and I'd love to see it there.
Okay, Mike, we're going to come down to you at the other end, please.
I'm so glad that. Oh, sorry.
Mike, not Mika.
Okay. I gave this 81. I need the story to be told to me a little bit clearer. I'm not totally understanding of what I'm looking at, so some clarification would help. I do see the final image at the bottom being the final image, which I think is very relevant, but I found it difficult linking the images through the middle because I'm just finding them a series of portraits, all of which are really, really well done. I'm just trying to tie them all together, and I think if you tie them together for me, I'd probably go up.
Okay, now Mika.
I'm sorry. I'm so glad you challenged this because I wanted to score it in the silver distinction range, and I actually thought it was two people. So the beard threw me off, and I actually thought the guy with the beard was different to the other guy, and I couldn't see a link between them. So now that you've created that narrative for me that it's all one person and it's consistent, I can definitely move my points up. I'm seeing a wonderful array of portraits. I don't mind that the portraits themselves are not linked. I think they're really nicely positioned, showing different expressions and different facets of this fellow's life. And yes, that final image I did find moving. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Craig, please.
Yeah, I guess then, Mike, just to address tying it together, it is the same person, Mika. I see this as a person who has been photographed over multiple occasions. So for me, the fact that they're all individual portraits at different points along this person's life and potentially illness, I guess, is quite poignant. And you can see as you go through there, you know, he's lost the beard, there's the lump on the neck there, the story of this man's declining health, and then that final centre image in the bottom row, maybe that's the last portrait of him alive, and then the final image with the flowers. I think it's a really, really powerful piece of storytelling, so come up with me.
Thank you. Please rescore. We have a score of 87, which is silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Well done on your silver. I think this is a really successful image in so many ways. I think that juxtaposition between the non-engagement of the person striding so purposefully past this guy and then the engagement of the guy with the camera tells two different messages. You know, you've got the being ignored, but then you've also got the suggestion that this person is potentially, you know, not enjoying being used as photographic material. And I just think structurally how you've got the four elements there with the guitar case and the scooter pointing in. So I'm not actually that great on the constructive. Maybe somebody else has something to say that could lift the image, but I think it's a great image and really well done.
Thank you. Okay, could we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Mike. And Tony, would you like to step in? And Mika, thank you. And could we have Roger, please? Right, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, which is a silver distinction, but we have an automatic challenge from Roger, please.
Morning, gentlemen. Documentaries about reflecting what's going on in society, and to me, this is a valuable piece of documenting of New Zealand history at a particularly tumultuous time, the COVID epidemic, the sitting at the Houses of Parliament there. So the photographer's been there and they've told a story, then they've related it to children, and they've related it to COVID. I think they've achieved that well. Each image has lots of detail and a different story. So let's talk about it.
And we're going to
I scored 90.
I'm going to come down to Bruce. Sorry.
Fair enough. Thank you for telling me that, because as an Aussie, I had no idea, and that was, I found it like I felt like it was lots of different protests, but I couldn't work out where it was sitting. Like I saw the COVID part of it as well, but not all of it made sense to me. So I'm listening now because, yeah, I needed that context. But I'm also, the children in the middle was also the one that sort of stood out as completely different. But as you've talked about, through the eyes of children also helps me a little bit. So yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, I've got three of you.
Oh, I know I was at 83.
I've got three of you on the same score in the middle. Who would like to? Tony?
84, and I agree with the fact that it's a valuable piece of documentary history. I think there's quite a range of material in there, and I think the overall hikoi and the sit-in has been well described. But again, to kind of pick out the purpose being about children, well, some is and some isn't. So I'm not entirely with you there, Roger, that it's all through the children. I think there's quite a disparity linking all of them, other than it's a really good general documentation of the overall sit-in.
Thank you. Back to you, Roger.
Look, I think politically that period, that time was a mixture of several sort of political issues coming together. COVID was the obvious sort of trigger for it, but there's race and poverty mixed in with it as well. The children's story is around the vaccination of kids, and so I think the photographer's trying to weave several narratives into this one image. But what elevated it for me was just that this is a historical. It's a historical moment that we're looking at, and it's we don't see many of these really, and to actually get yourself as a photographer in amongst all that, I think should be celebrated as well.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 86, silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have our next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Craig, you put your hand up.
Yeah, congrats on the award. I think that this image is quite unusual in composition, but extremely well balanced. I think if we could have pushed that motion blur on the car a bit further to emphasize even more speed, then this could make this story even more powerful.
Thank you, Craig. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but Bruce has an automatic challenge.
Cool. I went to 90 guys on this. I haven't seen a whale stranding documented like this before. The two images together give you, the first one gives you the whales, the bottom one, and the top one gives you how enormous this is. Like, whales are big, even if these are pilot whales, they're still big. But having that many individuals stranded, and then you've got all the birds and the other things in the ecosystem coming in, slowly start to reclaim these animals who may or may not be alive. Obviously, they're going to probably pass away at some point if they're not already dead in this, but I found this quite emotional that, you know, this is a whole family, a school or whatever they're called, a pod of whales that is gone. And it's just, yeah, I think it's really graphic. I think the print's really nice. I think it just, as a bit of communication in documentary, I just think it's excellent and it's worthy of a chat.
Okay, we're coming down to you, Tony.
77 bronze. Look, I think the emotional impact of seeing such a large-scale catastrophe is fairly clear. I guess what's holding back for me was the reason for two imagery. I can see the birds circling in the bottom one, which kind of has that sense of sort of carry on and sort of death. But I also see that the two are...
I did question the use of the two images, and thank you, Bruce, for pointing out, you know, it is clear that the top one does give an idea of the scale, but I'd kind of argue that the bottom one already does too. You already have a lot of whales there. Having said that, I think that presentation is quite beautiful with the panoramic crops right to the edge there, and the stack of the two makes this a very beautiful image to look at, even though the subject matter is so terribly sad. And so I'm on 84. I do think this deserves more points than it's got, but I'm not sure how much I could come up from here.
Okay, Craig, you were up there as well, please.
Yeah, I'm on 92, and I sat here for a minute before I put my score in because my gut was telling me to put in a 97. I think both images in this are essential, and yes, we get a sense of scale from that bottom image, but we don't get the full sense of scale from that bottom image, but we don't get the full sense of the enormity of this without that top image, which is visually a beautiful arc that caps off the bottom one as well. So in terms of the presentation, I think it's absolutely stunning, completely unique. We've not seen it captured and presented to us in this way before. Then when we come down to the bottom, we can see the detail, we can see individuals, we can see expression, we can see the trauma and the death, and we get to see that, you know, those gulls hovering over like vultures that are going to come down and start feasting. So it's an essential piece to have them both together to tell that complete story of the life cycle of these birds as much as the death of these whales, I think. Yeah, I think it's incredible, and yeah, we should be in gold for this.
Okay, back to you, Bruce.
Thanks, Craig. I think you got a lot of the points I was going to bring up just now. Thank you for that. I think one other thing I love about this is that bottom image. You don't get it in the top image, that the sand, that it's pulling them, trying to pull them back into the ocean, and it's going to fail because of what's happening around us. And it's a bit of a race there a little bit as well with the birds. And if you really look at it, that it feels like, the way to put it, I think, is if you went and tried to find where they are in the top image, the bottom image, it's actually not even, I think it's less than a quarter. It's actually like a fifth of that. So it actually gives you really good weight. Like there's a weight in that space because of how big and small they are all at once. Yeah, I think it's worthy of gold. So yeah, come up.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Congratulations.
I can go now.
Judges, I can't see the two make it really clear because I'm quite blind to you guys.
Yeah.
So thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony, please?
The strength of this image is in the placement of these three workers, which I think is incredible. There's almost like a Segaldo sort of quality of sort of men at work and a sense of place. Like, other than perhaps a slight crop in from the left, other than that, I think you've got a really strong image. Well done.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please.
Next print. They can't always hear at the back. So.
We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Bruce, you can challenge that?
Yeah, sure. I'm on a low silver distinction, 85. I think this is a somewhat unique way of doing a veterinary or pet photography documentation that I haven't seen before, and it's really tender that, you know, you've got the vet or the vet nurse or whoever that person with the gloves is holding, I assume it's a gorilla's hand or an ape of some description. And just holding this animal who is strapped down. You know, this animal could kill you, could destroy you, but it's obviously been anaesthetized or going through that, and I think it's just subtle but beautiful. And I think I think the photographer should be rewarded for finding a moment which is tender in a space that could be almost horrific if you really wanted it. So yeah, I think it's worthy of coming up with 2 points at least.
Okay, Roger, you're at the other end. And then to Craig, thanks.
Look, I suppose this is my day job.
No. So I've got no idea.
I accepted an animal. I mean, I see it as a health worker with plastic gloves holding onto the hand of a monkey, and someone's pointed a camera at it a little bit. I don't see the tenderness that you see. I think it's been beautifully composed, and I think it's really original in the sense that you don't see pictures of animals being anaesthetised. But I don't pick up I don't get that emotional connection really. Yeah.
Okay, Craig.
A monkey. This is one of the great apes.
That's good.
This is an orangutan, I think, by the colour of the fur. And I don't see any lack of humanity in this. I see the utmost humanity in this. This is a person comforting another highly intelligent creature who is probably afraid and not understanding what's going on here. I scored at 84, and I think I've really missed the mark on that. I'm definitely coming up into gold.
Okay, back to you, Bruce.
Wow, I didn't expect a call to gold, but okay, great. But sorry, Roger, I don't know I didn't know you're anaesthetist, aren't you? Yeah, head nod there. For me, this is spaces I've been in, but yeah, I think the juxtaposition of the animal and what Craig just said is just perfect. There is a humanity in here, and you know, it's different. So I think it should be rewarded.
Rescore, please.
I can't change my score.
Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony, please? Or
Hell of a quirky place that's been exceptionally well described, and I think some of these characters are so visually strong. I love the fact you've presented us with this unknown place that I actually now want to go and find. I think there's very little I can say to improve it. The only thing I'm personally finding is I'm not 100% convinced on the horses on the top, but I think that's relatively minor.
thank you, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award, and either Craig or Roger. You can take the challenge, Craig.
I think this is a lovely little film strip of, the country fair events, and I thought that centering that around the sheep was a really nice piece of communication. So I scored at 83. That's only 1 point away from where we're at to get it into silver, so let's do it.
Okay, Catherine, you are down the other end.
I gave this a 78 strong bronze. I really appreciate the film strip presentation here and the sheep in the middle. I just feel the series is being let down by the lack of energy in the first and the final images, which is kind of where you really want your punch. You know, we're presented at the beginning with people's backs, and I can see that that's probably the story of them heading to the show. but it is still people's backs to us, and then at the end, this guy's sort of standing there. I also find the second to last image one of the weaker ones, you know, it's telling the story that this competition went on with the wood cutting, but there are no people, it's got not so much energy in it. So I sort of feel this is a little bit of a missed opportunity.
And Tony, you wanted to...
I'm also bronze 76. And unfortunately for the photographer, the images are quite small. It's very hard to get the context really quickly. And it's almost like I'm seeing the same male repeated 3 times. It may or may not be, but I'm finding it really hard to discern a difference. And if it is, I'm trying to work out, well, why is this being repeated in terms of giving us the series that's trying to describe an AMP show? Again, I think it's a missed opportunity, sadly.
Okay, Craig.
Yeah, I agree about the size of these images. I kind of understand why they might have chosen to present them in this way, but even if you flip the mat side on and put them all the way across, we'd be able to see them a little bit bigger and engage, so I get that. I didn't really see that anybody's repeated in there, but if they are, it could be a story about this family's day out, so I think that connects us. We're at 79. Let's take it to 80 and not have to do a review.
Thank you, Craig. Next, brief score, please, judges. And we have 80 silver award. Well done. Can I have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Craig a break and Catherine, and welcome Chris and Rachel, please. Just a word, judges, if you're going to move the microphone, keep it off first rather than turn it on, then move it, because that's where we're getting all the feedback from. I hope.
It is. It's what you keep it off, move it, then turn it on. Hello.
Right, next print, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Bruce, please?
Sure. Really nice set of images documenting this person's stage show. I think, I'm just trying to think what to do to improve it. I think the order could be arranged in different ways to give us a different context. The one in the middle at the top middle facing off sort of actually unbalances the others a little bit, I think, because of how strong that bit of text is. Everything else is not as, everything else flows a bit better because we have text there, we go for it. And so while it's part of the act, I'm wondering if it could have been a wider frame, just make it a little less distracting maybe, or yeah.
Thank you, Bruce. Can we have the next print, please?
I scored the 69. I felt like the weight of this routine, I sort of feel like it's so heavy. I feel like it's getting so beautiful. Make that pop up brings so much that it's also really being unpleasantly.
And it's like when you first have a look at this, it looks like just a random grab. And the charm is in that kid leaning out of the car, right? And I'm kind of going, when is this? And I can't actually tell you when. Is this new or is this 30 years ago? Like, it's hard to tell. And then you start realizing, well, what's the kid looking at? I don't know. But look at the crowd around. Like, there's people who were standing in front of that shop and they're looking off to the left. They're looking at something. They're gathering. They've come out of the shop to have a look. I don't know what it is. There's people upstairs who are gathering outside. They've gone out in the balcony. They're looking out to the left. They're looking at this thing. I don't know what it is. the kids looking at it, we don't know what it is. It's making me ask all these questions. I really, really want to know what's going on over there. I'm intensely curious. It's made me ask all these questions about it. That's the power of this. I feel like this is a frame from a movie, and something awful is going on over there on the left. And just kind of that being perturbed by the question made me push this up into silver, because I think it's a really good piece of communication.
Okay, Tony, you're at the other end.
I've just popped this just below award range 73. I love the fact there's recognition here of antisocial type behaviour. You've got an unrestrained kid in the car. You've got people on a balcony that probably shouldn't be there. I get that message. I've put it out of range because I think it's a missed opportunity in terms of the timing and positioning of the photographer. You've got a really bright highlight on the windscreen that probably could have been avoided by being a little bit further to the left and around. You've got someone hanging out in the back of the pickup truck thing there on the left. It just seems to be a little bit sloppy if that's the message you're trying to get through and convey. Yes, I know the car's going fast and that kind of stuff, but from an execution point of view, it's just not quite there.
And Rachel, you were right on that area of scoring.
Yeah, I put it in at 78, so a strong bronze. I'm pretty happy with it there. I do love the commentary and what everyone said, and I agree with that. I found the American flag quite interesting. I didn't know if there was a connection between that and maybe what's drawing everyone's attention. The thing that unsettles me the most about this is actually the unrestrained child, and it also does sort of place in or hark back to a time gone by. So I quite like that too.
Thank you. Back to you, Chris.
So the unrestrained child in the passenger seat of the front of the car, yeah, this and the American flag. This actually rings pretty true to me. So that social kind of unrest about it. That's American freedom. I'm a Canadian, if you're listening to my accent. So I feel like this is set in the States. I feel like the cars actually support that. That highlight on the window, if that car is going to be there because of the curvature of the window, you're going to get it. It doesn't matter if you take a step to the left or the right. For some reason, I feel like that car is parked. I think it's a lack of driver. Could just be me. I don't know. There's still that mystery of what's going on that I find quite appealing. So look, what are we at right now, score-wise?
We are 77 bronze.
Can we get a couple more points for this photographer for making us ask questions and giving us an interesting narrative, please?
Brief score, please, judges. We have 80 silver award. Well done. Could we have a blank screen, please? Bruce, have a bit of a break. And Matt, would you like to come to the panel, please? Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Roger's going to challenge that.
I gave this 81. I think this is just a candid, gentle documentation of this man and his son, I presume, and their love of the land and the love of the animals, and particularly the little sort of the bit that pulled my heartstrings was the interaction between the dog and the teenager, I assume. They're the sideshow. You could argue that they're not the main point of the subject, but they kind of are, because they add to the whole story of of a family on the road living rurally, and they've got a deep connection with the land and the animals. And I just thought it was a bit better than a bronze.
Okay, let's come down to. I'll come to you, Tony. But Matt, would you like to?
Yeah, I love that beautiful moment between the child and the dog as well, and the dog's looking at him so affectionately. What held me back from entering the award range was that moment is behind the editorial style portrait, and it's kind of cut off at the feet as well. So I feel like it could have been perhaps better planned for that editorial portrait, and then that might have given that moment a little bit more space as well. And you've also got, even as the editorial shot without that, you've got the horses sticking out of the person that's holding the boot there as well. So just trying to compose things so you can tell the full story.
Thank you. And Tony?
76 for recognition of the strong character development here and the sense of location and place. But that compositional void in the hollow, the huge hollow on the left with the grass is really taking me away from what really should be the emphasis on the cowboy characters and their relationship with their animals.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Look, I don't criticise the composition. I think you've got a leading line on the right, and you've got a sort of a large area of white from the truck, which is balanced by the area at the left. This is a picture of this man, but this man isn't just this man, it's his family and it's his animals. And so as part of that subplot, we're seeing how all the different elements of that family actually have a deep affection for each other. And I think that's quite clever, and it's not the instant story, it's the side story, but I think it's worthy of a few more points, see if you can find them.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And Roger, you can challenge that.
I gave this an 85. I wonder whether it's slightly superior to a silver. This is a study in age, isn't it? It's the dignity of age, the elegance of age, the fighting of age. But it's done in a way that's delicate and beautiful in that environment here. These people are stooped and still working. The ageless person is faceless. I wonder whether that's deliberate. It's and yet the person whose face you can see is younger. And I think all the elements in the composition lead you beautifully to where you need to go, which is to the back of that old person, and then through the image through to the soft background.
Okay, we'll come to Matt at the other end, please.
Yeah, I really appreciated the composition and the atmosphere of this photograph. I was held back by a lack of detail through the frame. It could be that this is an old film capture. It certainly gives me that kind of feeling, which is a good thing, but I'm just not getting the detail or the sharpness of the focal point in this image. Perhaps if you can convince me that's not important, I might be able to come up more.
Okay, and Tony snuck in before you, Rachel. So
look, I was 85, so actually right in behind Roger. And I was initially in my head going silver, but the bit that rolled me over was the fact that, Roger, you picked up on it about the age, and obviously this is somewhere, I'm guessing overseas, where elderly, whether they are farming or walking to market, but the bit that really got it for me was the weight being placed on that post, if there's a bucket there, and the other foot anchored. There's a real sense of being laboured and dragging and making an effort. And I think for a documentary category, I really felt this person was making the effort, was struggling, was on a purpose, albeit being pulled down by the ravages of age. And I think that was very, very clever.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Look, I think most of it's been said. It's an emotive image, really. I think it's more about emotion than perfection. But I think what is sharp, what needs to be sharp, is sharp, which is the main subject person, and the rest of it. This is documentary category. I think that's acceptable, really. It's this is a moment in time. The photographer probably hasn't got. It may have some limitations in what they can and can't do. I'm not asking for gold, but I'm asking for a few points more.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 86, which is silver distinction. Well done. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a fairly consistent 77 bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I think the composition works well here. The theme of it is obvious, that whole comparison of a luxury advertisement versus the man on the street. I'd love to see that theme be taken in some different directions, because it is a well-explored idea in street photography, and perhaps just darkening down that bottom left corner where there is the street corner, the street crossing there a little bit, draws the eye as well.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Rachel. And could we welcome Jackie to the panel, please? Can we have the next image, thanks? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I really enjoy the technique that the photographer is using here. It creates something that's actually quite beautiful and sculptural from something that's quite banal. If you are able to experiment with that technique and use it to tell a stronger story, then that could have a lot of potential.
Thank you, Matt. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Jackie, please?
There's no button. Okay. Yeah, three interesting portraits of this man. Central frame. We know where to look, and we bring our own story to it. Perhaps to bring it up to another scoring range, might have been just to tell us why we're seeing it so in this way, and what's the end result. But the printing quality is really very nice, very good.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. We have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Beautifully captured image. Compositionally, all the lines lead you into the figure. I think to take it to a higher level, I wanted to see more connection with the subject, maybe to see their face, or a bit more action, if you like. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a consistent 77 bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. We have a comment from Chris. Oh, Jackie, yep.
Yes, great action going on in the front of frame and connection with seeing the eye of the sheep, but perhaps a little bit more of layering and what more action happening in the background to tell more of that story would have elevated this.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79 bronze, and Matt, you can take the challenge.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful documentation of perhaps a Sikh group or a religious group that are doing land care, so planting new seedlings in the earth. One of the things that I really appreciated about this imagery is the warmth and pride that's captured in the people that are doing this work. And the group of images also is really successful in capturing the togetherness and that feeling of these people working together. I feel like every frame earns its place, either by providing some sense of feeling or by providing information that's talking about that process. So I've put it into the silver range.
Thank you. Tony, you're at the other end.
76 bronze. Look, I'm not familiar with the context, and I certainly see that this is either a ritual or there is some form of community service here with the group of Sikh men, which is brilliant. I just don't know that we need 9 images to tell that. For me to learn about this for the first time, I've probably picked up that context in probably at least 3 of the images. I'm not sure that 9 is actually adding to the depth of the story.
And Jackie, yep.
Just in support of the image, I was on 83. There's a beautiful patina, and the emotion, I think, is the one that is enhanced by that patina. The light and changes of light that on the right-hand top corner, from the light to left and coming down to the end. It's the 9 is really important, I think, because of that one plant that's really dominant in the middle that tells us part of that story.
Thank you. Back to you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Jackie. I think you summarised that particularly well. I would just add that I feel like every frame is showing something different. It may be something small that's different, but every frame is showing a different part of this process. So I feel like they are earning their spot, and each one has been captured quite beautifully. That top right frame in itself is such a gorgeous moment that's been captured there, the attention that they're showing, and it also ties in with that kind of religious aspect of showing this light that feels quite spiritual. So I feel like this is a really strong set of images that showcase something that could be easily overlooked. I'm on silver. Please come join me.
Thank you. Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, can I have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you to Roger and Jackie, and welcome back Catherine and Mika, please. Next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I think we've all seen this kind of juxtaposition between the homeless and like lavish buildings before, but I think this is a particularly strong example of it. And one of the things that I really appreciate is the juxtaposition between that building on the left, the smaller building that's covered in graffiti, and then this much more elegantly portrayed building on the right. One thing that potentially could use some attention is the darkening of the building as it reaches the top. I'm not sure if that's come down because of darkening of the sky or some other thing, but it just looks a little bit unusual. Otherwise, great job.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Mika's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I will. I love the black and white contrast, the contrast of the black and white in the foreground and the fading away in the background. I think it has a really lovely nostalgic element to it that I think is really, it takes us to a different time and place. The positioning of the lady on the right in the background I think is great. It gives an additional element to the wonderful energy and enjoyment of the donkey and the fellow on the cart in the foreground. I think this speaks really beautifully of travel. It's a moment. I know we're in the documentary travel category, but it also speaks to me of a time and a place, and I think it's really beautiful. And yeah, I just get this sense of a space that I don't have access to, and I'm enjoying being there. So I scored it in the silver range.
Okay, Tony, we're coming to you at the other end, please.
Look, bronze for a very similar reason. Unfortunately for me, it's a very familiar and frequent scene travelling in these sort of parts of the world, so it's something that I'm more than familiar with. And I was a little bit worried about the upper end, the highlight end, the printing and the brightness.
Okay, and Catherine, you're right on the middle there.
I don't have a lot to add, sorry. I gave it 78 strong bronze because I agree it's a beautiful portrait. I particularly like that little delicate stick that he's holding, sort of pointing the way forward there. But unfortunately, I was with Tony a little bit on the brightness of the print. So, yeah, 78 from me.
Okay, back to you, Mika.
So the only real criticism that I've heard is the brightness, and I actually think that contributes to that feeling of a different time and place. I think it harks back to a style of photography that we are no longer in, and I think that's been quite intentional. I think like I'm thinking of the big name photographers in black and white. I won't name them because I'll embarrass myself because I'm not completely familiar with how to say their names. But it's taking me to somewhere different. This is not, for me, a photo from the now. And I think the stylistic choices of the photographer are what are taking me there. So I think it's intentional. I'm definitely still on a silver.
Thank you. Rescore, please. I've hit the review button, guys. We're on 79. So if you can, 79 bronze, 80 silver, please. Score 79 bronze. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 79 bronze, and Tony Stewart's. Oh no, hang on, let's see.
Look, I went 86. Look, I don't actually quite understand the full documentary narrative, but I'll give it a go. First of all, I like this because the image is visually strong and pleasing. So I'm actually attracted to the graphics, the tones, the split, the symmetry, the large, the small. I think, if I'm correct in my interpretation, is that you've kind of got this scaffolding, Jack and the Beanstalk going up into the sky, that's minimising nature, which is the dot of land and the bird that's almost been pushed to the side. They're almost being pushed out of scene. Go away, you're not part of this, we're going to build our structures. Potentially that is a narrative. If you believe in that, then hopefully that might bring you up from a lower score.
Okay, and at the other end we've got Matt Palmer.
Yeah, I was that lower score. Thank you for that. I guess when I saw it, I felt like I would score this differently in landscape versus documentary, and I was really trying to understand that story and also the purpose of the mirroring. And if you can bring some purpose to that mirroring, I can raise my score further than what I will already do so.
Thank you. And in the middle, we have Chris. Yeah, well,
I kind of loved it for the same reasons Tony loved it. Because it's striking visually. The composition's amazing. It's like, if you look at it as one, if you ignore the bottom half for a second, it's just a really striking choice. When you add that mirror reflection, I also don't really understand why it's there. I assume it's not reflection off of a mirrored surface, but I can't tell, and it makes me really curious. So I can't wait for Tony to explain it to us.
and he's going to do that right now.
Well, I can't speak for the photographer. I can only speak for me, as each of us as judges can do for ourselves. Look, I don't know if I can fully justify the reflection as much as the visual appeal makes it a strong image. The narrative I have is still about man, nature and stuff like that, and hopefully that might be enough for you to believe and buy into the strength graphically as well as the storytelling potential.
Rescore, please, judges. $82 silver award. Well done. Could we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. Chris's hand's gone up.
Yeah, I'm on 86. I put this in silver with distinction, and I went through a few phases of reading this. For starters, the kind of coloration. I can't find my words today. The coloration of it makes it feel old. It's telling a story about a place that is run down, right? You know, you've got retail areas and all this, and it's all kind of abandoned, and there's people who are down on their luck. And yeah, there's that flight center at the end, which is the aspirational thing. And everyone's actually left. They've all used the flight center and they've gone. And then it's like, oh, there's a shopping trolley in every single one of these. Huh, okay, that's the element that links them together. And none of them are being used what they're meant to be used for. And it's almost like, is a shopping trolley outside of a shopping center an indicator of societal collapse? Like, is this how? I think it's really neat that the photographer has found a way to use that icon of a shopping trolley to tell us a story about a place that's in decline. And there's humanity in it. There's people. There's evidence of people who have been here. I don't know. I think it's really effective. And again, that color toning helps to make it feel old and sad. So let's have a chat.
Okay, Matt or Tony, you're at the other end.
77. Look, I think, Chris, you've just opened up a wee door for me, which is that last image, and explaining the purpose for that, which I thank you for. I'll be coming up into a silver. I think overall, however, it's just a little bit underprinted and a little bit heavy.
Okay, Matt got him before you, Catherine, sorry.
I read this in a different way, which maybe adds to it. I read it as a documentation of a form of freight transportation that is just not recognized within society, that shopping trolleys get used so often to move things outside of the realms of normality. What I would have really loved to have seen personally, having had that narrative, is the same kind of shopping trolley used in all of the frames. I feel like that would have told the story of a shopping trolley and the multiple ways that it gets passed around and used. But I'm happy to also adopt some of your interpretation as well. I was held back a little bit also by some of the frames, so particularly the bottom left frame where there's a lot of overlaps, and then the bottom center frame where there's just that white block. So a little bit more attention to detail, but I'm happy to move into silver, and then I'll listen for beyond that.
Okay, Chris.
Okay, so I guess those bottom two frames, that one with a lot of overlap, there's a lot of stuff in it. Like, so it's okay. It's a documentary image. The point is still to get the cart, and that's one of the few that has a human. So there's a little bit of life yet. So I feel like the stuff in life that works together well. The middle one, yeah, there's a white block in it. There's kind of crap all over this image. So you're probably meant to be pulled away a little bit. Tony, with the kind of, it's heavy and overprinted, I feel like it should be. This is heavy. This is sad. It's what do places look like when they haven't been maintained for a period of time? They get kind of heavy. So to me, that is a choice, a stylistic choice that adds to the feeling that drives this home for me. So I'm on Silver Distinction. Come on up.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 84, Silver Award. Next print, please. Just while the judges are doing that, we have the Ian Poole Memorial Award for judges that closes at 3 p.m. today. So if you've got your favourite judge that you've been listening to, then go and vote for them. Oh, and apparently I have to add panel chairs to that too. Thank you, Chris. We have an initial score of 80, Silver Award, and Mika's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I will. I was quite moved by this photograph, and I also, as someone who struggles to photograph people in moments, I feel that the photographer has had great sensitivity for the moment itself. I feel like there's a lack of intrusion that I'm really appreciating as someone who doesn't like to intrude. And the moment between the different characters and the family member in the coffin, there's different ways of grieving, and I see that we're seeing that. And I love that we've got the window in the background. This person's life is over, but there's hope. And I think all of these decisions have been very carefully made in a moment that probably was a challenge to be part of. So, yeah, I scored this as a Silver Distinction because of the emotional response that I'm feeling for this photograph and for the choices that the photographer has made.
Okay, I'm coming down to Catherine at the other end, please.
Okay, the 76 bronze. I think this is a really poignant moment that has been very sensitively handled. As you say, Mika, the photographer has brought a sensitivity here and just a quiet beauty in the image. I guess it's a sad moment in that this man has died, but beyond the fact that the photographer hasn't been intrusive and has captured it well, I'm not seeing anything that would elevate it into silver. The window also, I find just that brightness on the right-hand part of it takes my eye up and away from the moment.
Okay, and Tony, you want something as well?
83, and I think, Mika, you're correct, where this is a very tender capture, and that's partly why I've gone where I have in the silver. But also, something to add to that, you've got the figure on the left with the back to camera, doesn't want to be part of it. You know, it's quite isolated. There's a left figure with all the other people on the right, so I'm actually picking up on that. And it's actually, I'm actually seeing more in it than what I actually first did. But then the bit that we need to talk about is the one on the phone, the person that wants to be part of it that can't, that's connected. And of course, weddings and funerals, that's what brings families together, albeit from afar. So, look, I think I could actually slide up high to you too, Mika.
Okay, Mika, up to you.
I'm seeing more and more the longer I spend with it. I think the woman on the left with her back to us, you know, she's having a moment and looking out the window and struggling to cope with the situation. But the tenderness of the hand on the chest says it all. You don't have to look at something to feel it. the emotion on the woman's face in the centre, looking at the phone and making that person part of it while struggling with her own grief, is another beautiful moment. The inclusion of the photograph of the young person in their prime, I mean the person who's passed away, showing how they used to be, and the connection of all the different people to that that moment. I just think it's tender, it's sensitive, it's powerful because of its simplicity. Yeah, I have no more words.
Thank you. Please rescore, judges. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Judges are all pretty even. Could I have a comment from, let's go to Chris, please.
Congrats on your bronze. I think this is it's an excellent capture of a team working together to help an animal that's really prone and really vulnerable, and I think that's tender. To me, the key moment in this is the figure on the right looking at the figure on the left with concern in their eyes, but my eye is not drawn to that. It's drawn to that portion of the arm, the bright spot where the hands are doing the work. And yeah, that's where the action's happening, but I feel like perhaps if you'd drawn us more to their faces and to that concern, then that would have told that story more and it had more emotional resonance and brought this higher.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Matt a bit of a break, and we're going to bring in Craig, please. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
I think these individually are quite lovely portraits of these artists. As a piece together, we can clearly see what two of these people have created, and we can't really see very clearly what the other two are creating. The angle of them could be captured a little bit differently to let us into those creations a bit more.
Thank you, Craig. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Craig's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm at 83, and I am up there because of the story that we're getting here. I can't fully capture what this person is doing in this city, in this busy, bustling place, but I get a sense that there's a lot going on to do with this person, with the repetition of the name in a couple of the other areas that we see on the big central poster there. I really like the busyness of it, and I think that there's some beautiful colour work, beautiful printing, and for this category, I think it's quite fascinating. So I'm at 83. I'd love this to get a few more points.
I'm going to come to Chris first at the other end, and then Tony, you can go.
Yep, I'm on 73, so not quite into that bronze range. And thanks for pointing out that it's the same person is there multiple times, because I can't see that. Like, I just see chaos, and I can see a couple, like, I feel like there's a couple of frames that have, you know, the techniques, we know this technique. I can't really explain why it's been employed in this way. I don't understand how it ties together. And Craig, you kind of went, yeah, there's a story here, but you can't quite put your finger on it. I can't put my finger on it at all, and I think that's what I'm missing. I want to find a much clearer link so that I understand why those choices have been made, and then it's going to suck me into the narrative there. But I really need help to understand that better.
Okay, Tony.
The kaleidoscope funk of this is certainly very appealing, and I was in 76 for that reason. I get the message is really about being busy and urban, which I get. My eye, however, the only thing I'm landing on is the word homicide and that sign at the top, which I'm not really too sure is the message or the relevant to the construction of this image.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, I think that the homicidal part, well, if you're in a busy, chaotic place like this, who's not going to feel slightly homicidal? I kind of feel like maybe this is an author or a public speaker who talks about the chaos of a busy city, and the way that they're in that central figure there, fairly calm in that poster, about maybe how to look after your mental health or something in a big, busy, bustling place like this. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I'd love to get this to an 80.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 79, so I'll just push that review button. 79 bronze, 80 silver, please. 79 bronze, congratulations. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, which is across the boards. Can we have a comment from Craig, please?
I think this is quite a clever presentation. It's like a thermometer, and the temperature is rising, and I see that frustration on Chloe's face there. I feel like it's almost that the bottom one is the one that feels most frustrated to me, and if we are giving this as a temperature gauge for frustration, then I think that the order of them could be reversed and emphasising that frustration. So yeah.
Thank you. Could we have a blank screen, please? Tony, we're going to give you a break, and Mika, thank you. And can we have Bruce and Jackie back to the panel, please? Can we have the next print, please? Judge, just while the judges are having a look, people who have got drinks vouchers, you can use them at the bar 79 tonight or during the conference days, but make sure you get them used, please. You don't want to waste those. We have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Fantastic personality in this image of this character here. I think the presentation is very, very mid-tonal through the whole range, and some more contrast would really bring this to life and match that character that we've got there in that central part of the image.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Chris, please?
Yeah, congrats on your bronze. I think together these tell the story about what's normally a really busy location winding down at the end of the day, so that's been quite successful. I think maybe instead of 3 images, 1 would have been plenty. And I feel like there's the helicopter in the bottom one feels like, oh, I caught a helicopter, I should use that. But that middle image to me, with one person kind of taking something across the frame, to me tells that story at the end of the day, and that would have been sufficient.
Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Jackie, please?
2 images coming together that say more than what one would on its own. It's a really lovely circles coming together, and the simplicity that's within each frame working really well. I'm not sure how we can improve that, but somebody else has got an idea? No? Just a really good documentation, huh?
A bit more space at the top, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit more space around the circle on the right. Yeah, okay, so it's not quite so tight. Well done.
Thank you, everybody. Right, can we have the next image, please? we have a score of 74? Can we have a comment from Bruce, please?
Well done on entering. I think this is an interesting portrait or a situation where you've got two people on their phone doing different things. Their clothing definitely tells a story, and the guy's connection in here is interesting. I think to elevate it, I think we need to see a bit more of the scene. Either get more of the scene or get tighter, like make a decision between the two. Yeah.
Thank you. Could we have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Chris a bit of a break. And Rachel, would you like to step back in, please? Next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And Craig, you'd like to talk to that?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this storytelling here of this perfect, pristine, clean and tidy doll's house versus the chaos and reality of the room that we can see into there. I think we could have gone a little higher on this if there was a bit more control in some of those bright highlights coming in from those windows there in the background. So yeah, well done.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 84 silver. And Rachel's going to challenge that.
I scored this 87 silver with distinction. For the emotion that's been portrayed, the fact that she just doesn't want to let him go, and I think it's been really carefully and thoughtfully presented to us. I acknowledge that there are some technical flaws in there, but I feel like this is something that somebody has taken as a last portrait, probably on a phone. And yeah, I'd just like to talk about it a little bit.
Okay, we'll come to Bruce and then we'll go to Craig, please.
Yeah, I was at 79 bronze. I get the emotion in it. I wasn't connecting as heavily as you were, Rachel, unfortunately. Maybe I'm just dead in the heart. Maybe not. But yeah, I also found, thank you for saying phone, I just didn't think of that because I found the processing or lack of it like really noisy all over the place. It really distracted me, and that was probably a big thing. But if it was, as you said, last portrait off it, and it was just the phone, that's probably going to answer that question for me.
Okay, Craig.
I'm going to come up to distinction with you, Rach, from my 84. the technicals did hold me back, and that's why I didn't go there originally. But I am so fully in this moment. I look at this guy. I fully believe that this is his actual last breath, and I think that holding, but the hand isn't held tightly. It's like this slipping away. So I'm there with you.
Okay, Rachel.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, I think with the technical, this is not a moment that anyone really plans to capture. And I think that the fact that the photographer took the time means there wasn't a lot of an emotional connection for them. And yeah, I'd like to reward it with a silver distinction, please.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 86, which is silver distinction. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 81, but we have an automatic challenge from Catherine, please.
I went gold on this. I gave it 90. I think it's really, really beautiful. And it's very intriguing, actually. My eye is just travelling around this beautiful, rich image. There's so much colour in here, and it's just been so incredibly well handled that we've just been given this cohesive, painterly whole. And it's just got that sense of moment as well, with that intriguing gesture, having the cigarette, the mouth open, the clutching hand to his chest. And then as I'm travelling around the image, I'm seeing all the circles, that beautifully picked out hat that he's wearing, echoed with the table, and the circular tops of the cans and the juice. Visually, this is quite sumptuous, and it also is telling us about this man's situation. He's looking kind of rough. Goodness knows what's going on with this gesture, but it's really, really intriguing. It's quite thought-provoking, and I'd love to talk about it.
Okay, and Jackie's going to have a chat now.
So I scored 72, and for your words, I don't see that. I just see sort of chaos and grunginess, which is part of his environment. I understand that's working well. But the gesture, I really didn't understand. And that's what it's all about, the gesture. And relating that to all the things that have been let in there, that have been lit, the brightest part being right around the edge of his face and his shoulder. I'm listening to that story, and maybe somebody else can illuminate it.
Okay, Rachel, you're on that scoring range.
Yeah, I scored this 82, and I'm listening hard because Catherine might get me up a fair bit higher. For me, the gesture held me back because I wasn't quite understanding what it was that he was doing, but the more I look at it, the more I feel like he's actually choking on his own environment. It looks like the fabric behind him makes me think he's in some sort of a tent or a shelter. Yeah, I will come up, Catherine. I don't know how high I'll come, but I'll come up.
Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, Jackie, I think the chaos and the grunge is the story here, and this character, the fact that we maybe don't understand exactly what the gesture is, to me adds to it, because he is such a quirky figure doing a quirky thing. He's having a cigarette, he's perhaps mid-story, perhaps choking on the cigarette. I don't know. His life is quite hard. Rachel, I totally agree. It looks like he's in a tent or something. So this is documentary storytelling about him and his situation. And I don't feel we have to understand the gesture. You know, for me, the intrigue of it is adding to the impact of this image. And as I said, beautifully handled, beautifully presented. It's working for me on all fronts, and I would love, you know, it sounds like I'm out there on my own on the gold, but please, I would really encourage you to give this all the points you possibly can.
Okay, judges, please rescore. We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Well done. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 81, which is silver, and Jackie's challenging that.
I'm 85, silver distinction. I just think all of this is one of those moments in time that's been captured so well. You couldn't, how can you repeat that? All those gestures are all telling about the one story, and the beautiful, the way the hand is on the subject that's in the air, that's interacting with the background. I think this is a foreground, midground, background piece of excellence. So I'll put it into that silver distinction range. What do you reckon?
Catherine, would you like to have a chat, please?
Gave this a 77. Really great energy in this, and I love the way the guy's curving on the left and kind of holding you in, and then the guy on the right looking in, which also holds you in the image. You travel around, each character here is bringing a certain energy, and I'm quite enjoying the repetition of that crazy expression of the guy, the big face, and then the drummer below him is kind of mirroring that. I think what held me back in a solid bronze was the printing. I find it a very, very flat image. The tonal range isn't reflecting the potential for the energy in the photo.
Do we have somebody in the middle that's got anything else to add? Okay, back to you, Jackie.
I don't think just tonal range print quality is enough to bring off that many points. That if you saw this on a monitor, you'd probably bring it, score it much more agreeably. There might have been a problem with being low at the edge of frame at the bottom, but that's somebody in the audience and they can't see the whole feet. I think it's really deserved of a few more points.
Please rescore, judges. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 70. Can we have a comment from... Are you going to... No, actually, Jackie can challenge this. So, yep.
I'm just going to comment.
Oh, okay, Jackie's can comment?
Just a comment. Yeah, I think the image would have been improved with just bringing down those mid-tones and increasing that sense of tension. There is a little bit of softness through here, through each file, but I feel there's emotion with that, but just bringing down the exposure. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please? Sorry, Bruce.
That's okay. 76, wasn't it? Bronze. Yep. Yeah. Congrats on your bronze. I think the thing with this is it's a nice portrait of this girl's day, family, and the interactions with the rest of the family and the people involved. I'm just maybe wondering if this is the right category for this series of images. I think it could be stronger in another category, to be honest. And exploring where your storytelling fits within the competition may be something to look at. But well done on your bronze. I think it's great.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
I think you've got a nice aerial shot in this with some lovely texture and pattern through the water. I don't understand the repetition of the image and what that's bringing to the story. Yeah, they're all the same image, and I'm just really confused by that.
Thank you, Craig. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from the panel from Catherine? Thank you.
Congratulations on your silver. Great set of images of documenting a really important part of our history in this country. I think in order to lift the image, personally, I find the photo on the in the middle on the right probably the strongest of Tama Iti. He was, he held all this together. The way, the power and the mana in his stance there, and the way he's kind of surging towards the camera. I would have loved to see that photo in the centre there. The wharenui is working well with the structure, but I think it's a more powerful image. Also, I do find the contrast between the darker flags and then suddenly jumping to really quite bright flags in those top two images a little jarring as well. But yeah, well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Bruce, please?
Sorry, what was the score? I didn't hear.
73.
73. Congrats on entering. I think the thing with this is, and I'm going to be blunt, I'm Australian, I don't know the context and so of what this protest or this moment is. I feel like it's more for a New Zealander to comment on. I think the thing that gets me is that the traffic lights are really dominant, and if you crop them, because that flag is all wrapped up, so it's not adding any extra information if you crop it. So you'd be better off to just bring it into that moment of that sharpness and that, fist of power in the background, and maybe just tightening the crop a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Did somebody from New Zealand want to give a quick, or you think he's covered? Okay, thank you. Oh.
Well, again, I suppose in a blunt way, I suppose that in a lot of ways we shouldn't have to need a New Zealander to comment on this moment. We should be able to read it as a photograph as well. So I think perhaps there's a little bit of a missed opportunity for telling this story in a more universal way.
Thank you, Craig. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Well done on the bronze. I really enjoyed just the visual lines and the composition of this image. I think it's quite beautiful with the shapes and the triangle coming through and the way he's tucked in the corner there. I think to elevate it, perhaps, we've got the guy on his phone. I just think it's the story, the narrative isn't there. It just needs a little extra something to hold our interest more, to bring it up higher. But well done on your bronze.
Thank you. Could we have a blank screen, please? We'd like to say thank you to Catherine and Jackie. Have a wee break, and we're going to bring in Tony and Roger, please. Let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And whose hand's that? Rachel? Yep.
I scored this 86. I put it in silver distinction. I think it's a really thoughtfully, beautifully captured environmental portrait. I don't know if there's a connection between the woman in the photograph and the printout of the old photograph in the foreground. The folder with documents. I'm wondering if she's preparing her documents. She's not the youngest chicken. I think there's a lot going on in there for us to think about in the context of her life and what she's done and where she's going and her history as well. And I've rewarded that with silver distinction.
Okay, we're going to come down to Tony, please.
I was out of award range 73, and I think the environmental portrait nature of this is very clear, and I think that component has been well done, as with the lighting on this lady. However, I find it too busy, and that my eye is drawn to the newspaper figure in the lower part, which I find distracting away from this lady. I find there's a element on the right, bottom right, that's taken my eye away. There's the teddy bears on the left. I think we could get the same message conveyed through this picture by a much tighter crop, still showing the context and the. I've picked it as like a local historian or a genealogist or librarian. I think we could still get that with a much tighter fit.
Roger, would you like to come in, please?
Yeah, I'm sort of. I scored at 80. I'm between the two of you. I enjoyed all the environmental aspects, and I actually enjoyed the busyness of it. To be honest, it gave me a lot to look at. Gave me a few leading lines, but certainly plenty to explore. What held me back, I just felt that the expression was just a bit staged almost. For someone with a life that's probably that rich, I wanted to see a bit more, I don't know, of their personality shining through in some way. So that held me back.
Thank you. Back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, I think that the expression, don't have a problem with the expression. I feel like her expression is the room. It is all of that busyness. I feel like this is a woman that's achieved a lot. And if you take away from some of that busyness, you're going to diminish the power that she has and what she's contributed to the world and to her life. So yeah, I would like it to come up higher and preferably to silver distinction, please.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Roger's challenging that.
I think this deserves a bit more of a look. I assume this is a tangi, a burial. The main subject isn't in your face, but it's there and it shows everything that you need to see. And I think the choice that's done, it's a sort of it's a deliberate thing. You follow the main figure into the scene to where what's it? I forgot. The hack has been done, and compositionally, it's balanced with the fence and the shadow. There's a certain edginess and drama to it, isn't there? There's a somberness which fits. It's not overcooked. I think this is a bit superior, really. There's a degree of deliberation and thoughtfulness about it. So I scored it an 87, so I think it's a bit better than the silver.
Craig, you're at the other end.
Yeah, and I understand the story we've got going on here, and I suppose I did want to see a bit more. I did want to be pulled in a little bit closer to the area that has the most interest, and I think you've helped me out a little bit with this, Roger, in terms of talking about the balance and this figure walking in. So I'm happy to come up, but I'm not in distinction range, so keep talking.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I scored this 81 silver. I'm not sure how high I can come up. I get the connection and the message, but for me, the power in this image is the interaction between the man performing the haka or the pōwhiri and the woman on the left, and the interaction between them. And I'm drawn constantly to the figure in the foreground walking towards that rather than to that interaction.
Thank you. Back to you, Roger.
Yep. The point that I meant to make before I make now, which is a tangi is about leaving the world, isn't it? And so in a sense they're all leaving. They're all leaving the frame towards where the hangi and then the hearse is. So I think it's a deliberate capture of more than just the man. It's the haka man in the context of the whole crowd. And if you zoom into him more, you'd lose the girl on the side. You'd lose the compositional elements. And so I think I would urge you just to sort of think of it slightly differently and see how we score.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Well done. Can we have the next print, please?
No, it was me. The computer wanted to do a software OS update.
Oh. Yeah. Not though?
No, I've got rid of it.
Good save, Bruce. Okay, we have an initial score of 86, and there is a challenge from Roger, please.
I scored this 90. Let's have a chat about this. I think this is... Well, it made me smile, this image. So it's got a strong emotional connection. I've got to say, I just love the belly. It's quirky, but it's a moment in time. It's quirky. The lighting is delicious, and the elements, whilst amusing, they're sort of a bit sad as well. And there's a story to it. So what do I mean by that? Well, you've got. I'm assuming it's a man who hasn't maybe made the best decisions in life, and like if he's sort of straining under the struggle of them now, any chance he can for a sort of a bit of a rest he'll take. And his dog still loves him, and it's squeezed into the back seat there. I just love that interaction. He's in a battered old car. Little sort of design elements that the photographers, or choice elements the photographers made in terms of the cropping, where you can just see the edge of the shorts to show the flesh that mirrors the belly. I think it's actually quite clever underneath its quirky cinematicness, if you like.
Okay, I have to come to Tony at the other end first, and then we go to Rachel.
Yeah, Silver, and I think the longer I've spent looking at it, I've just picked up a couple of new things which I think is important as well. I saw the closed fist on the shoulder, which I believe it's probably a tattoo, and if it's the tattoo I think it is, it's associated with a fairly strong gang presence, and I thought, well, here's this guy having a nap. It almost looks like he's still bringing this presence even when he's sleeping, which I kind of think is quite a quirk to it. I was a bit disturbed about the angle, but then the whole belly thing kind of lends itself to the fact that it's dropping. So I'm reading more and more into this, that's giving it strength. So I'm actually going to come up. Overall, I'm not too sure about the coloration. It just seems a little bit overly rich and warm.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I scored this 87, and you don't have to work very hard to convince me, Roger, but I have a slightly different storyline that I'm getting from this. I'm wondering if this is very early morning sunrise light, with the door open like that, the fact he's in the passenger seat, maybe he got pulled over and he was a bit pissed and they took his keys away. Really enjoying the "oh shit" sticker on the dashboard, which is completely reflecting what the dog is thinking, because he's missed his breakfast. I think it's really, really clever, so I'm happy to come and join you in gold.
Okay, Bruce and Craig, did you have anything else?
I've got nothing else extra.
Okay, Bruce, you've got something else to add?
Yeah, I was on 85 and coming up to gold. I really think all the things that said are awesome as well, but I like to add the colour. I think the colour works. The morning light, but also if you think about it, feels hot. The dude feels like he's melting in the car. The dog's like, ah. But the interesting thing about that is that the car looks like it's melting, because the Juco is actually peeling away. So, like, everything is hot. So that's my little added bit.
Okay, Roger.
Look, I think you guys have said most of it, but to sum it up, this is a picture that is far more than it seems to be at first sight, hasn't it? It's got so many layers to such a simple picture, which is emotional and has brought us joy, I think. So let's do it.
Rescore, please. Okay, really good discussion. We have a 91 Gold Award. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 88, but we have a challenge from Craig, please.
I'm on 91 on this, and I don't know who this is, but a lot of people want to touch him. The thing that I love is the handling of this. The brightest area is the face and the hands in and around him. So we're absolutely resting there. That little face peeking up from the bottom left corner, I think, is absolutely brilliant. But what I thought most of all struck me about this is that people are striving for that connection with this person. There's not a lot of hands filled with phones in this, which is what we would maybe expect in today's world. So I thought it was a really interesting take on modern society and perhaps how we're craving for connection and touch in a lot of ways. So I'm at 91. I would love for this to be a gold award.
Okay, Rachel, you're at the other end, please.
I think my time is better spent listening. I've been a bit mean with this, so I'm just going to let you guys go for it and talk me up. I can't actually fault it. I just probably wasn't reading it well.
Okay, go somebody in the middle first, Roger. Bruce?
Yeah, I went with 88, but I'm coming up to gold as well. The emotion in everybody's faces, but is amazing. But the central figure, the person with the microphone, everybody's clamoring to, is just. It could be anguish, it could be love, it could be anything. You could read so many different things on that person's face. And I love the fact that, as Craig said, there's no phones or anything there, but there is somebody documenting it from the other side. And unfortunately, they're on the wrong side. They didn't get this image. I think as time and place and toning and everything just work so well. Yeah, I'm coming up.
Okay, Craig. Oh, sorry, Roger.
Look, I scored this 90. I had a real sense that this was the moment, the right place, and maybe even the moment in this person's life. But that's the question I haven't got answered. I wonder if someone can help me with that. There is emotion, but that emotion's pain, isn't it? And I don't know why that person's holding a microphone who's looking so upset. So I'm on 90. If I can get answers to those, I'd like to go even higher, but if you can help me with that, Craig. Yeah.
Okay, Tony, you wanted to...
The only thing new to add, I think in the spirit of this category, you've got that documentary skill set of getting wide, getting close, but not actually changing the scene. So I suspect the skills that we're looking to reward, I think they're actually seen in this image in spades.
Okay, back to you, Craig.
I can't answer those questions for you, Roger, and I don't know if I need to. A good documentary image makes us feel something, and it allows us to read our own stories in some way into what we're seeing. Bruce, I love that you pointed out the guy with the camera in the back. I think sometimes the entourage doesn't get the best angle, so it's interesting to see it captured from that point of view. And you know that's going to be on their social media, how crazy this moment was later. But this photographer has really captured that decisive moment, and exactly what you said, Tony. So this is absolutely a gold. I'm stuck at 91. You guys can take this higher. I think it's well deserving of getting up there with more points than 91.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 92, which is a gold award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Look, I love the way that this image is seen from the child's point of view. I think to raise it to the next level, you just need to have a bit more emotion in the picture.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, this has a fantastic feeling of ambiguity about it. And I really like that we're left wanting to know more about who these people are. I particularly love that center image and the one below it. I think they're the strongest. And I think there's a great use of some diagonal lines in here, but a little bit more cohesion in the visual design of the image as a whole, I think would lift me even further.
Thank you, Craig. Could we have a blank screen, please? Rachel, thank you. Have a break. And Mika, would you like to jump back in? Thank you.
Okay, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. A comment for the photographer there, Craig? Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations. I think the print and presentation of this are really beautiful, and it's not always easy at these events to capture images with really nice light, and I think you've managed to put yourself in a place in this image where the light is lovely. I'm kind of taken out of it a little bit by the front runner here looking at the camera. I'd rather see him engaging in what he's doing, and perhaps a slightly different moment, a fraction before or a fraction after, where at least one of the horses was in their optimum point in their stride. I think that would really elevate this.
Okay, thanks for the feedback there, Craig. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 68. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Who's Bruce, thank you.
Congrats on entering and being brave. I think the thing when you're doing intentional camera motion, or blur in this instance, to capture a subject, is you really need to look at what all the elements do to the frame as you're actually trying to do this. You've got a lot of competing things like the car in the background, the fences making striations through the image, and your subject isn't in a particular interesting pose, which has not been captured great here. So play with this technique. There's a lot to do in here, and I think you'll get something amazing. But yeah, thank you for entering.
Thanks for those comments, Bruce. And can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 86, which is a silver distinction. But Tony would like to have a bit of a chat about this.
Oh, I try not to do that. Look, I went 93 in gold because I think I'm particularly moved by the sense of despair, depression, abandonment that is coming across. This is one of the more emotive images that I've sort of felt. I see this as being somewhere, I'm not saying it has to be this place, but like Granity on the west coast where the sea is encroaching, people are losing their homes, you've got family memories, you've got the holidays from days gone by where generations of, presumably Kiwis, have visited. They're gone, and it's coming through with that deep sense of sadness and mood, abandonment, the profanity that's now been splashed on the centre image. It kind of says it all. You've also got the graffiti on the... It's sort of like the worst of humanity is coming out as we lose what we've got before nature finally takes it over. I think it's extremely powerful, extremely rich, and I'd love to see if others can come to gold.
Okay, Mika, you're down the other end of things.
I was in the bronze range. What I enjoyed from the start was I like the positioning of those three photographs and the way that they actually speak with each other. So the darkness of the cloud on the left kind of echoes the horizon line on the right, and we've got diagonals moving from the bottom left up and the bottom right up into that centre image. That's what I enjoyed. I did feel that both the photo on the left and the photo on the right were quite muddy, and I understand that contributes to your story, but I actually felt that if the mid-tones were a little brighter, then I would have had more to engage with and more to respond to. I actually felt that the sea was passive in these photographs, and I didn't get that sense that you're picking up in these photographs. So I am listening, definitely, because I think that centre image is very strong in particular. So I'm open to being swayed.
Craig might be able to help you.
Yeah, thanks for challenging this, Tony. I'm on 91. I'll join you at 93. I can definitely give it a couple more points. I see this as the same thing, a battle of man versus nature. I feel like this is an image that maybe have created over time. I feel like the house in that left image looks a bit fresher than it does in the others. So I feel like this is the decay. But for me, it is that defy on that right-hand side. It's the defiance and the stubbornness of people and these buildings, that they're clinging on for the last without really realizing that ultimately they're going to lose the battle. Nature is going to override this and overcome this building. So I thought this was visually very nicely put together and a very, very clever storytelling, and I felt the same emotions as Tony, so yeah.
Have we got anything else to add? No? Okay, back to you, Tony.
I think emotion is actually really important in judging this here, as opposed to looking just purely at the technical alone. Look, I think in terms of the muddiness, it absolutely it is, and in one sense it's a fault, but it's not if you look at it from the point of view where your eyes are open and then they slowly close, and then it's gone forever. This is the state of half closed before this is gone. So it's darkening before we're losing. And you know that won't be there in another 10, 20 years or whatever, for whatever reason. So this is the documentation of the progress of loss, and the abandonment. It may not necessarily be global warming. We do know that's a very real risk. The abandonment could be the fact that this is the family home, no one wants it anymore, or the holiday house where the memories were all created, but the kids have gone to the four winds. It's no longer of interest. So there's lots of different levels we can look at abandonment and loss and the darkness that's coming with this. So I'm on 93. I'm also asking for gold.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $90, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer, and thank you, judges. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment?
Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, but there's an automatic challenge from Roger, please.
I might be pushing this a bit. I scored it 90. I guess it's about homelessness, isn't it? And the person's not there, and for me, the thing that spoke out loud on that is it's why they... Okay, homelessness, the homeless person's absence, they all get moved along these days. They're forgotten. And by their absence, that's the power of this photograph for me. Society's forgotten all these people. All the people that are in the picture are all doing their own thing. They're totally disconnected from the figure that's not there, presumably wandering around the street. So I rewarded it for the story. So let's have a chat.
Okay, Tony's going to chat on that one too because he's at the other end.
Yeah, I can, absolutely. Yeah, 72. The concept of homeless being invisible is not lost on me. However, it's just perhaps a little bit too literal. But if that was not the case, what we have is more of a mattress in a street, lost, I think, without a great deal of other purpose, with extra space and the busyness behind. I'm not too sure if I'm believing it on a gold. I'm sorry.
Craig would like to talk to.
Yeah, just really quickly, I totally get the story as well. I'm with Tony, but I also felt that the left third of the image just doesn't belong here. So compositionally, it doesn't work for me as well. I was on 68.
Okay, Bruce, you were in the middle there. Did you want to add anything else?
Try not to make this pop. I'm pretty much in the same. I was at 82. I was rewarding it for that bit of narrative, but I think it's a bit of a struggle to come up. I would love to see a version of this with a lot more paraphernalia just left, because at the moment you could read this as garbage or you could read it as homelessness. It's not as easy to go. It is purely somebody that's been moved on or abandoned space, unfortunately.
Okay, Roger. 77.
Let's see if we can at least get it up into a silver, guys. I think it's a mattress and it's bedding. Could be garbage, but you don't often find much garbage. It's a mattress and bedding. It's more likely to be homelessness, probably. I think that the clutter on the other side balances the emptiness where presumably the person inhabits somewhere. It's somewhere to go into. That figure can walk into there. Yeah, so look, I think it is it's touching on a issue in society which deserves rewarding, really.
Rescore, please.
Oh, let me change my score. Change score.
We have a score of 79. Oh,
Sorry,
hang on.
I didn't put my score in.
Okay, no, sorry, sorry, Craig. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, we're going to have a blank screen, please. We're going to say thank you to Craig.
Okay.
And we're going to welcome back Matt. And Roger, thank you for that. And we will have... Who have we got? And we'll bring in Chris, please. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Mika, please?
You've captured I think your feelings of tenderness towards this beautiful animal, and the focus on the eye, I think, is exactly where it needs to be, and your positioning has given us a real sense of the personality of this animal, even though it's clearly in a hospital for animals. In terms of improvement, I think that the red bottle cap in the background really grabs the eye because of the white glove that surrounds it. And I think that by positioning yourself in a way that you excluded that, I think the story would still be strong, but without that distraction.
Thank you, Mika. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 83 initially, and we have an automatic challenge from Mika, please.
I scored this 90. I am disturbed greatly by this photograph for several reasons. I know that there are places you can go where there are dolls pretty much strung up everywhere, but the power of all of those dolls photographed for the dolls and where they are and how they these are dolls that are designed for children to play with, to bring them joy, to comfort them, and to make them feel safe. And this is not what we are seeing. We are seeing abandoned toys. We are seeing toys that have been misused. And that centre image, oh my God, I'm so freaked out by that. The directness of that child's gaze, how confident they are with that firearm, the intensity of that look, all of those things together to me are saying this is wrong. And I'm feeling that. So yeah, I'm on gold for the intensity of my feeling that this photographer has created.
Well, I need to come down to Matt now.
Yeah, I also know quite a bit about these forests and have many of them on Google Maps bookmarked. What I was struggling with is I felt that there were two stories. So I don't believe that this boy's been photographed in the place that the dolls have been photographed. It seems like a street scene to me. You see the legs in the background. However, in saying that, taking it away from the literal story, I'm now seeing more of a societal commentary or story that's about toys and what toys have become appealing and what toys have been neglected. And on that basis, I'm able to raise my score a lot, but it was the disconnect between those stories that initially held me back.
Okay, yeah, Bruce has got his hand out for me, thank you.
Stupid microphone. Okay, I'm going to go a little darker. I'm sorry. I'm going to bring the mood down.
Do it.
Do it.
Abuse. I feel like every doll is a effortage to childhood abuse, especially maybe in environments. I don't know the forest, so I don't know about these places, so I'll put that out there. So if you were to go, every one of those dolls is a representation of a child who has lost their innocence and has been abused by adults and the world around them. And then you've got this one living child who has gotten through that and is now in that abusive part. They've been conditioned into that space where anger and fear and everything. If it had it's not in this, but if that child had a soldier's uniform on, I would totally just go, this is just full on. So I'm a little bit shaky about this, so I'm coming up to gold at least.
Okay, does anybody else have anything? Yeah, Chris has got a small bit.
Yeah, just a little one. Look, this is creepy AF. I don't know about these forests that you're talking about. I don't really want to know, so please don't send me your bookmarks, Matt. Mika, the level of being disturbed is exactly how I felt. And there's a phrase you said, which is the confidence of that child with the gun. That moved me too. Where I feel challenged by this is the outer 8 images feel like a documentary image, and the middle image feels like the photographer is participating. And to me, that pushes my, is this really DOCA or not button? And I dislike that feeling because I think this is really powerful, and I don't know if I need to get over that or not. So I would love to have your feedback on that.
Okay, Mika.
I do think these photos are taken in 2 different places, but I don't get, I can only speak for me, I don't get the sense that that centre image is staged. That intensity of expression, the movement of the gun, the way that oh my gosh, that child is participating in a violent act. Like they are there, they are 100% committed. I don't think a photographer could direct a child to do that. So for me, even if these photos were taken in 2 different locations and under different circumstances, I know it's a documentary of a lot of these photos are document of a moment, but I think this is a documentation of what we are doing or what society is becoming, and you know, that loss of innocence that that Bruce referred to. I don't think it matters that if they're in a forest. The point is that the misuse, the abuse of these dolls leads somewhere, in my opinion, and it leads to that centre image. And I think, you know, if you are brought up in a nurturing environment, you don't do that to dolls. I just, you know, maybe adults have done this to dolls, but I think kids do this to dolls. And I think the nurturing of a family, the role of a family, is to ensure that children do feel protected enough that they don't need to do that to dolls. So I'm seeing a commentary on society and in a way that I think is authentic. So yeah, I'm on gold. Please come up as high as you can, and preferably to gold.
Rescore, please, judges. Disturbingly good talk. 90, gold award. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony, please?
I'm really intrigued for the fact that you've captured something that's actually quite precious, which these tourists coming to see the sites, but there's some things they don't want to see, and I think that's a very clever capture. I don't know how to improve it beyond that, because I think that is the message.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. We have a score of 73. Can we have a comment from Chris, please?
Yeah, I think the use of colour in this is really nice. I think the greens and the yellows, and choosing to leave this in colour rather than go black and white was a really good choice. I think one of the things with having a photograph of someone on their phone in another environment is that it's something we see quite a bit of. So there's a ceiling you hit until you bring in an extra bit of innovation and an extra bit of storytelling. So I think this is great, but if you really want to push us into the award range, we want to see a little more.
Thank you, Chris. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 74. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I think the photographers captured a great expression on the man on the right, and it also tells us a little bit perhaps about the bar culture that's going on here. It can be very difficult in dark situations to have an aperture that allows for the depth of field for you to capture the two people involved. But in this particular image, the woman and her reaction is quite important as well, and that's the out of focus area.
Thank you. And that was our last print entry. We would like to thank our print handlers out the back, Rachel, Ian and Maya. One great job. Okay, while we're waiting, we've just got the slide going up now.
Catching the laptop is harder.
Let's quick jump up, judges, star jumps, you know, get the blood flowing. Yes, we're ready to go. Judges, if you want to have a seat back, let's, who have we got? We can, how about we give Bruce a bit of a break, and Jackie is not quite. Okay, that's all good. Bruce, just stay there. For, actually, no, Catherine, you can come in. Oh, Roger.
You want a break, Bruce?
Yeah. We'll give Catherine a run, Roger, thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. Didn't have to tell him twice.
Thank you. Okay, let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
I really appreciate the positioning of the plane within the frame here, the way that it is leaving the earth and about to head up into the sky. I think you've captured that really well. I really would, and it's sharp. I really would have loved to have seen the expression on the face of the person. I just feel like in a category where we're wanting that story, that the story of that person flying would have made a big difference.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? As most of you know, this documentary category is sponsored by Canon. And if you're in Christchurch over the next few days, pop in to see the guys at Canon for the latest cameras and RF lenses. Or you can take your camera to the friendly team to unlock even more functionality with their free Camera Connect for remote shooting at home and some firmware updates. Thank you, Canon. We have a score of 74. And Matt's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I think that this photograph shows the past, the present, and the future as well in one image. There's also the helicopter with its bucket full of water hidden away in the bottom right-hand corner there, if anyone missed that. The smouldering of the landscape that's been burned just previously, and then that fire's travelling downwards into the gully, the smoke coming above, and then, of course, that pristine landscape beyond that. That is the part of the landscape that's at threat. So I put this into the bronze range. I feel like it effectively tells that story.
Okay, let's just move that mic slightly over to Tony, please.
Look, yeah, I got the sense of scale with the helicopter. That wasn't lost. I kind of felt, though, we never were presented with an intensity of the flames or the effort to combat the situation. I felt it was more of a grab shot by someone driving past more than a real sense of activity with what was happening.
Okay, and let's come up to has anybody in the middle got anything else to add? No? Okay, we'll go back to Matt, please.
Yeah, I feel like this picture is about the landscape itself rather than the actual fight, and the fight is referenced there through the helicopter. Perhaps if the image had been more like what you were visualizing, we would be talking silvers and golds, whereas I'm seeing this as just a documentation of the landscape and how that has changed. That intensity you can see through the burned, charred remains on the left there, and all of that's been captured in beautiful detail, so I hope you can come up to bronze.
Okay, rescore, please. We have a score of 75, bronze award. Well done. Can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 79, so we're going to have to chat about it. So, Matt, you can do that.
Yep. Yeah, so I put this into silver. What I believe is happening here is that they might be starting the pylons for the construction of a bridge or some sort of major infrastructure, and I really enjoyed the heaviness of the ship and those kind of structures in the center and then on the right, and then the misty, kind of more distant pylons in the very distance there. I also enjoyed the interaction between that heaviness and the height with the landscape behind it, and kind of like that play on scale. So just how monstrously large these machines and infrastructure are. So I put it into silver.
Okay, and let's come down to Catherine, please.
Okay, this 76, and I'm happy to come up into silver. I enjoy the interaction as well, and not just the heaviness against the lightness of the background, but also the line that's not quite coming through, evenly, but the fact that some of them have got the pale top. I'm not touching this mic, by the way. What's going on here? Yeah, visually it's quite striking. They're really strong characters in this landscape. I see them as these four characters. It's a really intriguing image, and very happy to come to silver.
Okay, and Mika, you had something else to add?
Yeah, I initially rewarded it with a 78, so a bronze award, simply because I felt that the positioning of those structures and the way that they interact with the horizon line was quite clever. But I actually think that this might be an oil rig. And if that's the case, then I think that, even if it's not, I feel like those big, strong elements are sinking into the ground. And so that explains the shift of the horizon line. So I think that makes it even more clever, that you'd expect the line of those structures, if it was continuing the horizon line, it's actually showing that it's sunk down. And I think that's quite clever. So the more I look at this, the more I enjoy it. And I'm very happy to come up into silver.
Okay, Matt, back to you.
Yeah, I feel like it's all being said. Let's rescore it to silver, please.
Thank you. 81, silver award. Well done. Okay, we're going to give, I think it's a blank screen. Tony, you can have a break, maybe get some lunch. And let's have Rachel back on, please. Okay, next image, please. Hi, we have a score of 74. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I really enjoy the interaction between the girl and the dog, and the girl also has a dog on her top, which shows you the affection that she has for the animal, and that carries across. I feel like the woman standing on the right is what's blocking you from interacting more with that moment, so perhaps finding a different angle or just waiting for that person to move to the side a little.
Thanks for the comments, Matt. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Mika, like to challenge?
Yeah, I scored this 86, silver with distinction. I've initially, from back here, I was enjoying the cinematic quality of this and the painterly background and the way that the subjects are framed. I think that's really beautiful. When I went up closer, seeing the expression between the woman on the left and the woman on the right, it's a bit horrible really, but it's like she's rubbing it in how beautiful her moment is with her fellow, and I actually think I think it's quite genuine. She's loving her moment, but she's also eyeballing this lady who's looking in from the inside to the outside, who clearly doesn't have that in this. I may be reading a little bit of story into this, but I think it's all very much there, and I think that interaction is very, very. I mean, it's a moment that's been captured, and I think it's horrible, but it's definitely there.
Rachel, you're at the lower end of things.
Yeah, I scored this 72, so just out of awards range, and I kind of I got a slightly different narrative from it, but I feel like she's more likely to be looking at her own reflection. I think she's really disengaged with the entire scene, and that's what held me back. So I'm just going to listen to what everyone else says, but yeah.
Can I have a comment? Yep, okay, let's go. Sorry, Chris, yeah?
Okay. I had this just short of bronze, and like the reason I'm there is because of the big highlight on the bench, because it just, my eye keeps coming back to that. I saw a totally different narrative. I saw something actually quite beautiful where the lady outside is looking at her history, and the person outside is looking inside at her future. There's a sliding doors moment here. So I didn't know what that says about you and me, Mika, but I saw that very differently. And I wanted to reward that, but I felt like I was let down by some of that stuff. I think I can move up.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Mika.
I wasn't distracted by the bench in the foreground because I think the lady in the foreground could get a little lost inside, and I think it just draws attention to her and makes her much more of a feature of this interaction. I seriously enjoy the cinematic quality of this. I mean, even the way that they're dressed, the romance of the couple on the outside and the very, in my opinion, boringness of the clothing of the lady on the inside. I think that all contributes to the feeling that I'm getting with this, and I love that there's another interpretation. So, yeah, I'm at silver distinction. Find it wherever you feel it settles after this discussion, but silver with distinction it is for me.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 81, silver award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges. And next image, please.
I scored this 82, probably for the same reasons you guys scored it in the bronze range.
We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Chris would like to
Yeah, if I
challenge
can.
this.
I think this is really sweet. And I say sweet because I feel like there's a relationship between the photographer and the subject, that they're out they're camping, and that's where the sweetness comes from. What I enjoy about this is there's a strong sense of that moment, and the sun's going down. The photographer has chosen to leave that little bit of sky in the top so that we know that it's not totally dark yet. We're getting that fire ready. The fire's been captured beautifully. But I love the red on the face. Like, I think that's done really beautifully. You can tell the kid's kind of, blowing a little bit of air on it. And I think it'd be really easy to get that wrong. I think it's been handled well. There's the block on the right-hand side to kind of balance the weight of the kid. So I think that works well, and it puts the fire not quite in the center, but just, close enough. I just thought it was sweet. And for me, that feeling of, we're about to have a fire and we're out in nature, that feels good. 81.
Matt, thoughts from the other end?
Yeah, I thought it felt good too, and I like the detail captured within the fire, so it's technically well done. What I would have liked to have seen is what the fire is being lit for, so perhaps some blurred out activity in the background that adds a little bit more story. At the moment, I'm just seeing somebody blowing on a fire, and the logo on their beanie also draws attention from their face or competes with it. So I could probably be talked into bronze, but I'm not sure about silver.
Catherine, from the middle ground?
Yeah, I gave this a 77, and I think it's a little more than just somebody blowing on a fire. I think that the photographer's choice of the perspective has really taken you into this kid's world. When you're trying to light a fire and get a fire going, it's a whole little world in those flames, and just coming down so low like that, I really feel like I'm in that kid's world. So it's got an emotional impact here as well. I'm not sure I can quite come up to silver either, but I would like you to come up and get this photographer a few more points. I think it's a lovely little documentary moment. I don't feel we need to know why he's lighting that fire, because we're just in that world with him.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Chris.
I think Catherine said it all. Let's get this photographer a few more points.
All right, let's rescore. Okay, solidified the bronze, 78. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print image? We have a score of 74. Mika, challenging?
Yeah, I am. I'm on 78, a bronze award, and the reason for it is we do have two stories going on here, and I like the juxtaposition of that. I like that we've got the fellows in the foreground just going about their day, doing their eel feeding, whatever it is that they're doing, and we've got that the lovely trio at the end of the jetty, who I think are preparing for a wedding. I don't think it is a wedding, but I think they're preparing for a wedding, or photographing a wedding or something, but it's got to do with the wedding, but it's not the moment. I appreciate the balance of the image. I actually like that the sky balances out the jetty in terms of its brightness. I actually would have gone higher were it not for the pose of the fellow leaning on the pylon, which I think kind of undermines a little bit of the intimacy of the moment at the end. But I think it's still deserving of a bronze award, so let's have a chat.
Catherine at the other end of scoring.
this a 71. Thanks, Mika. I gave it a 71. I do enjoy the graphic lines going on in here, but I guess I just didn't feel that the story at the front was really strong enough to balance this. I'm sort of just taken to that guy's butt, and I didn't. I think you're probably right that they're eels. I wasn't quite sure what was going on there, whether that was seaweed, pondweed or something. So thank you for explaining that. I guess I'm just not seeing the wedding couple are so far away, and then I'm just not seeing the richness of the story in the front that I would like to. But listening.
Matt?
Yeah, I just put this into bronze at 75. I did enjoy the juxtaposition between wedding ceremony, preparation, and eel feeding. It's about the two subjects that you least expect to be combined in a photograph. However, I did find the gentleman on the right quite dominant within the frame, even if he is being used as a framing device, and also that black post at the start of the pier as well. Perhaps a square crop could have been really quirky and interesting and suited the subject material a little better. But I am in bronze, so I am supporting it based on the weirdness of the storytelling.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Mika.
Yeah, I don't know how, I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but when I go fishing, everyone's doing their own thing, and then they're kind of just in their moment, and yeah, there's a lot of butts in airs, if you so I'm not really bothered by, he's in the moment, and the fellow on the right, I think it's a younger person, and they do just kind of stand around and watch and don't really contribute, but they're there, and they're part of that moment, and that's an enjoyment for them. That's how I feel about that bit. I do really appreciate the line on the jetty that kind of separates what's happening in the foreground from what's going on in the distance. I think that visual line works really well, and if you look at all the other lines, the horizon line, all the verticals, I didn't even see that black pylon because I feel it's just part of that linear the linear graphics that are going on in this photograph. I just feel that that's part of it. So yeah, I think it deserves a bronze award for what's been seen and what's been captured, and the storytelling that has been put into this by the photographer.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, nice work. 76, bronze award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer, and we're just going to do a judge change. Mika, you can take a break, and Jackie, come on in, and Matt as well. Yeah, okay, Matt, you can take a break too, and Roger, you do that. Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 73. Okay, can I...
Comment? You want to comment?
Yes, please. Yeah, comment, please.
So I'm really enjoying the capture of the what I'm assuming is the Pan-Star comet that's just recently burnt through our skies, and it's definitely something that should be documented as quite a unique phenomenon. But I feel like the file has been really heavily handled, and there's a lot of aberrations in and around the sky, which is keeping it outside of the awards range.
Okay, thank you, Rachel, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 70. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Chris?
Yeah, I think this is a solid image that shows this reluctance of this animal to maybe have to go inside. I want to stay playing while, can I stay outside, please, Mum? I think the tones have been handled well, but I wish that the horse hadn't been cut off at the bottom. It's just that adding a little bit of room at the bottom would have kept the entire animal in, and we would have stayed contained in the frame, and that would have pushed this up.
Okay, thank you for the comment there, Chris. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Roger, you'd like to challenge that?
I think this is worth a quick discussion. Look, I really enjoyed the texture in this from a sort of technical point of view, but from an emotional point of view, it's blimmin' wet out there, isn't it? And I think the photographer has captured that element beautifully. And despite the wetness, the concentration on the hockey player's face and their resoluteness comes across too. So it's just, I think those two things lifted a bit higher than a bronze, so let's just talk about it.
Your score?
80.
Okay. Jackie?
I scored at 72. I have a problem with so much things to read in the background. Why are they so important to the story? I think the decisive moment is kind of static in that moment of stillness before the action. I felt that maybe there's an opportunity missed there. I do really enjoy the rain, and you do see that only against a dark background. I get that, but just the words were taking me away.
Chris?
I'm on 78, so I put this into bronze. And I agree with everything you've all said. The texture of the rain, the expression of the person. I do feel like the decisive moment has been missed. Like, I feel like this isn't quite right. However, if this was in the commercial category, there is no better ad for Metro Indoor Sports than what we're looking at, because she doesn't look real happy. Imagine if you were inside. And that kind of humor is why I put it into bronze.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Roger.
Yeah, I take your point. There's probably lots of decisive moments, and it depends what the photographer's trying to convey. So if they're trying to convey the resoluteness and concentration in spite of the weather, then that's what they've done. That's what they've achieved, and I'm prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt on that. I think the crop or lack of crop is a personal decision. It for me, it gives a bit of context as to where this is. So I don't have a problem with that. So let's just rescore.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 75, bronze award.
Wasted time.
Okay, next image, please.
Screen. Yeah, we're good. No, you're good. You're good. It just blanked it off.
So it wants to go to sleep. It's had enough. Okay, we have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. We're all fairly tight across the board. Who would like to give comment? Did you want to, Rachel? Or? Okay, Roger.
For me, I love the choice of the camera angle here. It just gives you that sense of the water, and for me, it speaks kind of Tempest, really. But yeah, it's the choice of the camera angle was what made it for me.
Thank you, Roger. Okay, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 69. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please?
Yeah, I think you've captured a really interesting subject here. The really heavy vignetting and the static nature of the image is what's holding it out of a higher scoring range for me.
Thank you, Rachel. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76. And Rachel's gone back in her chair so I can see her. Thank you.
I scored this 82, a silver. I'm really enjoying the interaction of the families in all of those little revolving teacups and the connection that they have with each other. And what pulled it into silver for me is the two single guys with their phones out that seem to be filming it all, which is just really uncomfortable for me. And just the fact that they're in the teacups to start with, but also that that's what they're doing. So, yeah, I've put it into silver just for that disquiet that brought.
Okay, let's have a chat to Catherine, because you're right down the other end.
I gave this 72. I sort of feel it's a bit of a missed opportunity here. There's so much colour and chaos and potential for excitement, but I feel that the photographer's choice to be so far back has taken me out of that. I'm not seeing a lot of interaction with the families in the teacups. I'm seeing very little on the left in the red one, a little bit on the one in the green, but it's actually really quite small in the frame, and the big white wheel at the top is just dominating. I am listening, but I guess, and the guys with the phones, I didn't see it, and I'm still not really feeling that that's a big part of the story that's going on here. I just would love to be right in there with a different focal length and just feeling the energy, feeling the fun. I'm not feeling the fun here.
Okay, Chris, you're right on the scoring range.
Yep, I was on 76. There's something, I think it would have been easier for a photographer to look at this and go, oh, these lights are really bright, I'm going to burn them down. But they haven't done that. They've leaned into it and given them a glow that is magical. And like, that's what I remember when I was going to one of these places and I was 10. You know, it's glowy and fun. So there's a good choice there. For me, it is about the family in that teacup, and I can't see all their faces. I just want to see that adult's face. And if I could see that face, I'd have the connection of the three of them. And then I think I'm pretty similar to Catherine in that I want to be closer to the action.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Rachel, please.
Okay, it sounds like I've gone out on a limb here. I do find that I understand what you're saying, Catherine, about wanting to get closer, but I feel like the photographer is intentionally staying back just to allow those families that personal space without invading it quite so much. But anyway, I'm on silver. If we can rescore and see how highly you can join me.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Okay, could we have the next image, please? We'll start with a score of 87, and we have an automatic challenge from Chris, please.
Awesome. I'm on 92. Talk about the decisive moment. This is the decisive moment. All three of those subjects in the foreground here are perfect. And given the amount of movement that's going on, they are perfectly sharp. So from a technical point of view, we've shot this at the right time. We've shot this technically correctly. We've given it a sense of place. You can see the stuff in the background, which I think there's enough there to give lots of context without distracting us too much. But look at that guy's face. That's the hero of this image. And even though there's so much chaos and stuff going around, his face is everything. If you haven't had a good look, go have another little look, because he's wrinkly and he's crinkly and he's got this concentraty face on. I'm glad he's not sticking his tongue out and having thinking tongue, because that's going to go terribly wrong. This is perfect decisive moment. It's perfectly sharp. Like, I'm kind of having a hard time figuring out what's not amazing about it. Please, let's chat.
Okay, Jackie might be able to help you with that one, Chris.
Scored at 82. I just thought it was a little bit tight in the frame. The riders in the background have got their heads cut off, and the foreground where the beasts are coming to the edge of frame, just a little bit tight. But I think I've underscored it. I'm happy to hear more positive comments. The colour tone does seem to be a little bit biased to warm tones, and I wasn't sure about that.
Okay, Roger, you had your hand up.
I scored at 87. I agree with both of the previous speakers. Decisive moment is what got it up there for me. The cropping and maybe the background competing, I'm not sure about that, but maybe. They were sort of negatives. But the little nugget I just want to draw your eyes to is the guy slightly out of focus to the left of the man's head. And he's got a whole... That's another decisive moment, his body posture, really. So I think, I was thinking gold, and I probably wasn't brave enough, so thanks for bringing it up, Chris.
Okay, does anybody have any other comments? Okay, Catherine, yep.
Just quickly, to me, it is a tight crop, but that's just taking you right into that fantastic imagery, and the mouth on the guy is so strong. I think if we had included more of the riders at the top, we would have got distracted. I saw the guy in the back, and I think he's really adding. There's plenty in the back that is telling you the story. I was 87, and I was a wuss. I'm coming to gold.
Okay, back to you, Chris.
I think these guys have done the work. Let's just rescore.
Thank you. 90 Gold Award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, and we have a challenge from Roger, please.
Okay. I'm hoping I'm not too much out on a limb here. It's an obvious poignant moment. I'm assuming it's a funeral. The thing that I loved about this image is the way that most of the use of depth of field, really, and how that is being used to draw your eye to the point of the image, which is the person in the portrait. And then the supporting actors, they've all got something going on. They're all telling their own story. One's presumably crying, the other one's reading a speech, looking out to who knows what, but presumably an audience. The lines lead us in. So I think this is actually a really thoughtful, deliberate image with emotion and with a, it's got a quiet, decisive moment, I guess.
Okay, Catherine, you know I'm coming down there.
Okay, I gave this 70. I think this is a wedding rather than a funeral. That's the bride giving her speech. I think it's a fairly common situation to have a framed photograph of a loved one who couldn't be there, so we've got that in the foreground, and I appreciate that story. But it is about the emotion, and the emotion is in the guy in the middle who's not in focus and who's extremely dark and is against quite a busy background there. So that's really letting me down in terms of that narrative of the emotion. And then I'm going up to that top left and the blob at the top left, and yeah, just, again, a bit of missed opportunity here for me. So,
Jackie?
In support of this at silver at 83, I think it's the who, which is the guy in the frame, the what, the where, which is the wedding, and the guy who's dark. It's not his limelight. He all he has to have is a gesture, and we only need to see the blurry softness in the background to know the rest of the story. I thought it was really well sort of seen. Foreground, midground, background, framing. Yeah.
Okay, Roger.
Thanks for putting me right on wedding. I guess it is a bit obvious now. It kind of that doesn't really matter. Really, it's still a human moment, isn't it? With an absence of a person, and I think all the other things have been said. Really, I guess it really boils down to whether you reward the decisions the photographer's made, or whether you punish the decisions the photographer's made. So I urge you to be glass half full of people. Let's just get it up a bit.
Rescore, please. Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I didn't actually put Roger down as a challenger, so there you go. The mouse hovered. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from... Should we go for Chris, please?
Good job on getting really good sharpness on all three of the subjects in this, and they're moving, you know, they're moving towards you, so good work, and we still have that blur of the propellers, so there's a little bit of exposure here. I think I kind of want to see a little more context. I want to know where they are. I want to know if they're at an air show. I want to know if they're, I want to see some mountains or some clouds or something else to give me some more story to read into it, more than just three aircraft flying together.
Thank you. And on that note, Chris, have a wee break. And Bruce, would you like to come back, please? Okay, let's have our next image, please. We have an initial score of 75, which is a bronze award, and Roger's going to challenge that. Thank you.
I scored this 80. I thought it would be worth bringing up for a discussion. It's quite a brave image, really. They've certainly captured the energy of the skier in flight. And I think there's just enough sharpness there to give context. To my eye, it's a very original image. I'm not asking for a bronze, but I think it's got an extra level of creativity there. So what do the rest of you think?
Okay, Bruce is going to tell you what he thinks.
I couldn't work out what the sport was. I knew it was probably Winter Olympics based on the uniform, but I couldn't work out what was going on. I think there isn't enough in here to give me that detail, and I'm a big supporter of this sort of style of work, if you know me. But yeah, I think the opportunity's missed a little bit here to give us just that little bit more context.
Okay, does anybody in the middle have anything to add? No, okay. Back to you, Roger.
Yeah, well, for me, the context is often they'll have these sort of big air ski things which are done in the dark. So you'll have got lights in the background. So that's the explanation for the background. The two orange curves of the skis, and then you can see the movement of the arm and maybe the ski poles. I just think they convey the excitement and the speed of it all really, really effectively here, the energy of it all, and it's just an extra level of artistry. Let's go.
Rescore, please. With a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations.
Can I get one extra point?
Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78. And Jackie's going to challenge.
I scored at 82 because of that decisive moment. Just love it. The one woman laying down, holding the ball up from hitting the ground, and just all the repetition of legs. I thought there's a lovely simplicity in there, and just a lovely way of seeing. I haven't really seen getting it this low, and one person on top as well. I thought it had good merit for a silver.
Okay, I have to come to Rachel first.
Yeah, I scored this 72. I enjoyed all the aspects that Jackie talked about there, but for me, I've found myself having to spend a whole lot of time looking at the socks to try and determine who was on what team and what was happening in the documentation of the sport. So if it was in colour, I would have had that a lot quicker, and my eye would have stayed in the moment a lot more. But I'm listening.
Thank you. Okay, Roger.
Just one small thing to add. I think it's a bit of a study in bravery. The girl's got some sort of injury on the cheek and wearing a sort of protection thing. That's all. Yep.
Okay, back to Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's all about legs and arms. It's not about teams. It's an interpretation of in a kind of art way of seeing sport. There's one person on their back with their bottom towards us and their legs are up. Another just a point of difference that brings a little bit of humour in there, I thought.
Okay, thank you. Can we rescore, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 82. Catherine, you can challenge that, yes?
I gave this 88 silver distinction. I think this is a fantastic image that has just got so much narrative power of this place and these people all surging past the way they were absolutely packed in. And then I guess well, it's probably quite obvious, but the person at the front, the way the photographer has found this moment of tranquility and stillness and connection, it's a really tranquil, powerful moment with the photographer, you know, being asked for money. That face is amazing, those eyes, and there's something kind of creepy about the hand. So there's just, for me, it's that juxtaposition of the chaos and then boom, that power right there in that figure. It's really, really strong.
Okay, down the other end we have Rachel.
I scored the 77, a bronze, and I was rewarding all of the things that Catherine talked about, but the two people that are engaging with the photographer are the subject, which is stunning, and I want to see more of them, and the woman passenger on the bike on the right. And so for me, I don't need all of the busyness and chaos. It would have been stronger without that person's attention dragging mine away from the hero of the story.
Okay, and Jackie's got a hand up.
In support of the print, 87. That creates a triangle of your eye that moves around the frame. I do also enjoy seeing Kentucky Fried Chicken up there ahead, and that moves your eye around that frame too. It's about faces and confrontation, about being photographed. There's some people in the middle actually looking at the camera. But this woman with the green, the only piece of green in here, that she's green with envy. You know, that's the colour of give me some money, you know. I'm in support of this. It's still a distinction.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, I think, thanks for your support there, Jackie, and your comments, of course, Rachel. I think when a photographer puts themselves in this situation, you know, I really applaud them for putting themselves right in this situation. You are absolutely going to get people looking at you, and that's a natural part of this image that doesn't detract from it in any way. And in some ways, it just strengthens the intensity of that gaze from the person who's really looking and really communicating. So the others are a bit more blank, and it just, that contrast between the two and just the intensity of that expression. Not much more to add, but I just think this photo is working on so many fronts of the kind of thing that we really want to see in the documentary category. So do what you can.
Thank you. Please rescore. We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Could we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 74. Would you like to give comment, please, Bruce?
Just getting my thoughts together, sorry. Nice moment of actual farm life, of herding cows, using the dogs, and that little cow not understanding the needs to get into the other paddock. I think one of the things which is a big distraction, and this just happens to be time of day or what you're using camera-wise, lens-wise, is that massive lens flare. That can be cut sometimes with the lens hood if you didn't have one on, but just be a little bit careful because they become very distracting very easily, and it sort of removes the adds an artifice that you are looking through a camera in this instance.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please?
I'm really enjoying the activity. Something we've probably all done at some point is I'm assuming it's a hot water beach, dig a little hot pool and hang out with the kids. To make it strong, I'm not too sure how I would make it stronger. I feel like it's sort of got a slight tilt to the right. I think it's a great capture of everyday Kiwi activity, and yeah, well done.
Thank you, and thank you, Rachel and Roger. Have a wee break, and Craig and Tony, come on back, please. Let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from... I'm going to pick on Tony, please.
Look, I think it's really important as photographers we're looking for moments and connections between people, particularly in this case it looks like it's a wedding, so I think the idea behind this is totally commendable. I'm not sure this particular capture has the strength to take us on a story beyond that.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, congratulations. I think this is a really great moment that has been captured in this sport, but what you've brought to it, shooting through the fence and giving us this almost cross-process kind of colour tone from doing that, and the motion that's been added, that gives us the emotion that we're looking for to take it into the silver range. To get you even higher, I think slightly different positioning so that the ball wasn't in a separate section of fencing to the sports person.
Thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79. We do have a challenge from Bruce. Thank you.
Why not? I'm assuming Anzac Day, Anzac Parade's are the same here as they are in Australia, because there's obviously New Zealand flags there. Yep. So I think this is just a really great capture of something that happens yearly, and then we've seen lots of pictures of parades and the soldiers marching and that, but I actually really love the fact that we've got this, I assume it's the last Anzac on the left, I could be wrong, you can correct me on that, and everybody is lining up. I love the perspective. That single point perspective is what makes it for me, that it keeps going back, and the respect of that many people coming out to, celebrate's not the right word, to respect the sacrifices that everybody done, and there's this one lonely guy who went through that, who's left, but everybody's still turning up. That doesn't always happen in a lot of communities, especially in Australia. It ebbs and flows between pride and stuff. There's a lot of things going on. I just think this should be rewarded for showing a perspective that is a little bit different with that single point, but also there's a divide. There's a divide between the old and the new, of the servicemen and women and the person that was in the past. So I'm on 86, so see if we can come up a bit.
Okay, Craig, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I think I've probably underscored this, to be honest, at 76. I got all of what you got, Bruce, from this, and yeah, I really like that leading line and that gap that takes you through the procession there. So I will be lifting my score up into the 80s.
Okay, and Catherine, you had something as well?
Yeah, I was on 78, and I'm definitely coming up to silver. I think there's so much storytelling in this. I love your comments, Bruce. Thank you for that. The photographers also told us exactly where we are with the inclusion of the Greymouth RSA sign at the back. And then the other text that you can see towards the back is a commercial sign, but it says Service Centre, which is really kind of cool as well.
Okay, back to you, Bruce.
I think we've all had a nice chat. Let's go.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 82, silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Okay, we initially have a score of 79, and Jackie, you have the challenge.
I've scored at 86 into the distinction range. I've been lucky enough to experience one of these festivals in Spain, and I think just the following of this one character right through from getting prepared and going through the whole ritual and finishing up on the street. I think each image is really clean. It's a vertical shot that comes together as portraits of a series of 5. The selection is very, very well considered, beautifully printed, has a lot of energy and story.
Okay, we're just going to move down one seat to Tony, please.
77. I was happy to acknowledge bronze for that storytelling, and I was thinking it might have been in Spain, so thank you, Jackie, for that context. I kind of see there's a split here in the 5 between the 2 on the left at daytime and then the 3 at night. So I'm not sure that the 2 on the left are necessary in the storytelling, whereas I think the strength is at night time, the flames, the mood, the street carnival atmosphere. I see the strength in the right 3 more than I do the 5 with the left 2.
Okay, anybody else in the middle got something? No, okay. Then let's head back to Jackie, please.
Yeah. 5 is a really good number, I reckon. 80, go up to 85. So, but the daytime is talking about community. That all these big puppet things that they wear, they're made by community, and this is all about bringing people together and festival. And so, coming from that single images of checking that one woman looking at the mannequin, checking it all out and going through the streets, and then it reads well for me, and beautiful from light to dark. And perhaps it's all about that. From light to dark is about the renewal that happens through all the firecrackers that go off, because you really feel it. It's quite emotive.
Thanks so much, Jackie. Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have a comment, please, from Bruce?
Sure. Okay. That's all good. I think the thing we're missing here is a story. You've got a nice shutter drag technique here, which can be quite difficult to do, and the isolation of the subject is nice. It could potentially fit in a commercial category, potentially. But there isn't anything here beyond a person driving a car, unfortunately.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I think this central image here is really nicely grounding the rest of the pieces. But I think for us to go into an awards range, I don't fully understand the story here, and you've got to think about your presentation if you want to get into those awards ranges as well. The spaces between all of those images is slightly different, and perhaps even finishing it off with a thin white border to match the spaces between the images as well would give this a lot more finesse.
Thank you, Craig. Catherine, have a wee break, and Chris, would you like to come back in, please? Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74. Can we have a comment from... Yeah, you can. You will.
All right, I'm on 77, and I'm in just into the bronze range because I think there is a really good story being told here. I think we have, aside from the fact these are important members of our community and they're doing something that's super, super important, the natural narrative of we're getting ready, we're doing the thing, we're done, has been told effectively. There is a lot of power in that central image, where they're really working. It's interesting that there's like blur in the first one while they're rushing around getting ready, but there's still, pardon me, quiet energy in that middle one. It's effective storytelling, and that's why I put it into bronze.
Okay, let's hear from Tony, please. You're at the other end.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure I'm seeing the strength of the volunteer community coming through and championing, I can't even say it, you know, these firefighters. What I sort of see is more of an anonymous sort of how to put out a tree fire. It's a little bit more descriptive and literal as opposed to digging into the human, the people. I'm not sure I'm understanding the colour treatment for how that's adding to our sense of conveying that message.
Okay, Jackie, you'd like to have a chat.
Perhaps it's not about colour. The photographer has decided to desaturate this, but then it's come from dark contrast up the top down to the bottom, which is all quite as if everything's covered in ash, and it's a result of that fire. So I think there's been a good communication happening in there, and that's why I scored at 78.
Okay, back to you, Chris.
I even turned the button off, and it still made it do that thing. Thanks, Jackie. That's really good. I hadn't thought about that bottom one being covered in ash, and that kind of lightness really helps. With the desaturation, there's the potential for these images to be even busier than they are. And with that desaturation, you're almost left with just the two colors, the red of the fire and the yellow of the crew. So whether that was how it just fell out or what the choice was, it's drawn our eyes to the most important parts, and it's allowed everything else to sink away, which I think is effective storytelling. So let's give them a couple more. We only need one more person in the bronze range to reward some excellent storytelling.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Right, let's have our next image, please. we have a score of 80, which is a silver award? Congratulations. Could we have a comment for the Bruce?
I'll comment. Great little portrait of this guy, and I think the thing to help you elevate it is just the framing is a little bit wacky with the ball, just a bit too tight on that side. I feel like you're trying to make it a bit more cinematic, but it's just a bit tight. And then think about your brights to like those clouds on the left-hand side are really dominating, like with the highlights, and it's sort of overdoing, like they're overshadowing, your subject.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. Chris? Yep.
All right. I'm on 85. I just put this into silver with distinction. Again, this is effective storytelling, and we have a slice of life of this person's life. I'm pretty sure whenever any of us get ready for bed, this is not our routine. We're looking into someone else's, into something else that, it's interesting. That bottom right-hand frame is in a hospital. He's got a suitcase there, so that's not his home, which means, and the suitcase being there makes it feel like he's only just gotten there. But the other three images, he doesn't look like he's confused about what he's doing. He doesn't look, this is not his first time. This is his routine every single time. He's dispassionate about it. He's just going through it. So I presume, he's having therapy and treatments, and he's got stuff he's got to attach so he can actually go to bed. And it's just that bottom left frame where there's a bit of what I presume to be blood on kind of that mat. This is so matter of fact. It's not, the black and white treatment makes it mutes everything to make this almost boring, which is like, it's this guy's day, which is so different. For me, this is different to my day. Maybe this is my day in 20 years. I found that storytelling compelling. And then in the end, he's perfectly restful. He's sleeping in a hospital, which is hard enough as it is. I don't know. Great storytelling. Can we have a chat?
Okay, Tony.
Look, I'm silver. I think I don't understand this process, but nor do I have to. I can see that there's a medical process that he has to do each day. And I think, Chris, the little wee nugget you just gave to me there was the fact that it's the routine, but clearly it's for us, it's not routine because we don't have to do this. And I sort of see the fact that he's got to go for this routine at the end. He is, he's knackered. He's whatever this is, it's just taken it out of him. So it was for that reason I was awarding silver. Happy to listen and come up.
Okay, we're going to go to Bruce first.
Yeah, thanks for challenging. On 83, I'll come up a little bit as well. I think the one thing, there's an Easter egg here we've all kind of missed, and that's the suitcase on the bottom right-hand corner. Like, it is an everyday thing. Well, it's not an everyday thing. This is a routine procedure. This guy's come in. There's been a port put in between the top and the bottom, which is that thing in the chest. So it's not everyday routine, but it's something he is used to, which would suck because it looks like he's had a pretty major laparoscopy or something like that as well. Not good things. But I love that this little bit of, I'm going to get out of here soon. He's got that bit of hope, which is that suitcase. Like, this is temporary. We're going home.
Okay. Anything else to add there? Okay, right, back to you, Chris, please.
I haven't heard too many negatives. We've heard about good storytelling. one more thing is there's a little bit of hope in the bottom right because there's a little puppy dog on the pillow next to him, so there is happiness enjoying his life still. Come on up to silver with distinction.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. Let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award.
Yep.
And Tony's going to take that.
Yeah, look, happy to. Hey, look, I can hear the music, and I think in 86 that I've scored it, we're just going a little bit, a few points above into distinction reign. You've got these characters that are going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. It's like the beat of a drum. Dun, 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 dun. We've got the syncopation between the musicians, the beats. But this is like being in an Everly Brothers concert, or an Allman Brothers, or Jonas Brothers, whatever brothers we have. We're there in the dance hall listening to this. I can hear the sounds, and hopefully you can too.
Okay, we can come down to Bruce, please.
Thanks for saying you can hear the music, because, yeah, you definitely can. I was just a little bit undecided on the series, how it was putting together. I didn't know if it flowed well, so listening, but also just the crop on the right-hand side just felt a little too tight for the trumpeter. I know it feels kind of symmetrical, but it just felt like he was a bit cramped. But the rest of it, yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, Chris, you want to have a chat?
Yeah, I agree with Bruce about the crop being a little bit tight sometimes, and I think I'm kind of almost questioning either the order that they're in, or I think I would have loved the central image to have more significance. Like the left and right image are weighted pretty similarly, and the image where they're, and really good, by the way, good choices by the photographer about who's in focus and how they've shot this. That makes total sense. And the burning in of the non-dominant person at the time, maybe that middle element was bigger. That would have been really, really good. I'm on 83, so I'm in silver in support of this. And the Jonas Brothers, there's 3 of them, so sorry.
Well, one was on holiday.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Look, silver distinction, or I'll sing.
Okay, that's a threat in itself, please. Can we rescore, please, judges? Well, that threat worked, Tony, because you're an 85. Silver
You know
distinction.
me well.
Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 86, but we have an automatic challenge from Chris, please.
Oh, me again. Sorry, everyone. In about a quarter of a second, there's going to be an absolute explosion in this room. In about a quarter of a second, that ball is going to accelerate from almost nothing to 1,000,000 miles an hour. This shot right now is so calm. It's so flowy. You look at the I was going to say the artist. You look at the athlete, and he looks like a ballet dancer. He's so smooth. And that ball's on its way down, and he's about to belt it. So from a point of view of when we've captured the moment, we've made something that's super elegant. And then the use of the shadow in the environment is super effective. It's very graphic. We have the blue triangle that absolutely frames the subject beautifully. We've left a little white bit of racket so that you still know what's going on. You don't need to see the whole racket to know it. And then that ball is floating in that spot in space. And there's like a little tiny bit of burning out on the top to put a diagonal line that takes you right through that ball to give it a little more emphasis. And then his face is just there. It's just there. It doesn't need to be brighter than that. And you don't want it to be dark. It's just there. It's just enough to reinforce the quiet of this moment before everything explodes. I'm on 92.
Okay, and Bruce?
I'm on 78. I'm sorry. Great description of the explosion of the moment and everything. I think the thing that was really holding me back, I love the engagement of the face to the ball, and I love the silhouette idea in the triangle. I didn't find, like, to us, the left hand and the racket felt really awkward. Like, I know that it's coming up and it's gonna go up, but I found the way, I don't know if there was like a fraction second before or after where it wouldn't feel awkward, because you say it's serene or ballet dancer-like or whatever, but to me it's, I don't know, I feel like there's something that would have been either side of this frame which might have been stronger.
Okay, and Tony?
I'm 91, and in support of gold there, Chris, you're right, there's this impending violence that's about to happen with this racket smashing against the ball, but prior to that you've almost got this ballet-esque contortion of the hand. He could also be playing a violin. He got the best in the world with a gentle type pose and posture. Add to that, you alluded to it, Chris, but I don't know if you described it fully. There's almost an outer space feel, the earth and the blue. Like this is the best in the planet, and right now, this is the only man here, at the top of his field in this sport, doing as best he can. So I love that celestial interplay, without even going into the graphics of the colour and the shapes and the graphics.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? No, back to you, Chris.
Thanks for that comment about the celestial planet stuff, because I didn't allude to that because I didn't see it, but I love it, so that's super cool. Bruce, I have a job for you. Next time you are photographing a dancer, I want you to ask them to break their wrist, and they will do that. That's a dancer move. That bend of the wrist holding the racket, I think, is why I see this as a performer. And I know, probably not doing ballet right now, but to me, that's the flowing, elegant motion that makes this really attractive. Sounds like we only need one more person to come up to gold. Come on, guys.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 90, which is gold award. Congratulations. All right, we are going to give Jackie and Bruce a break. And Mika and Matt, would you like to join us again, please? Right, let's have our next image, please. Right, we have a score of 72. Mika's hand's gone up.
I have. I think there's an innovation that I really want to acknowledge and celebrate here, and that is the continuity between some frames, and there are others that don't continue. And I find it unusual and a bit exciting, and I think that the photographer's been quite clever here. Take the central 3 frames, for example, we've got a lady selling a fruit, and then on the left you've got a picture of the fruit. The 2 right frames are continuous, and the one on the left is not. And you've got that repeated in a couple of others, and I think that's really clever. And I think they're quirky and interesting moments. So yeah, I thought it was worthy of an award, so I gave it a bronze.
Okay, we're going to come to Craig, please.
I put this at 65. And I see those things, Mika, but what are we documenting here? Is it a behind the scenes of a photo shoot? Is it just life on a street? Is this person selling fruit part of a movie? Like, I don't know what we're seeing here. And then I just felt like that top middle frame with that character there is so awkwardly cropped. And again, like those bottom left 2, I see the continuity between them, but that bottom frame is so out of focus of the back of this guy's head when, again, balancing it with the top central image that's so tight, and so it just feels really disjointed for me, and I'm not quite sure where to go with it. So, yeah, I'd love to hear some more.
Okay, any other comments, judges? Okay, back to you, Mika.
Yeah, so I initially thought, the portrait of the woman at the top, it does seem a bit misplaced, but actually, if you look at the scarf, it's the same as the lady selling the fruit. So you've got her doing her activity, and then you've got a portrait of her, and then you've got the photographer showing photos of what he's taking to others, and I just think it's a lovely scene. I think it's a single scene, a person's in a place, and it has just taken a lovely selection of photographs to show the busyness. I feel that the man out of focus in the centre, while that frame doesn't necessarily add much to the scene, it does contribute to the busyness, and it does make you feel like, you're at a market, and I hate a market because everyone's in everyone's space, and that there's just that feeling that I recognise in a situation like this. And there's always those quiet moments happening, like the girls putting eye drops in her eyes and all the rest of it. There's always those quiet moments if you look for them. So I feel like we've just got a lot going on here, but it's a lot going on that's realistic in a place where, you've got this kind of environment of selling and locals and tourists and all that kind of stuff. So I actually think it quite accurately reflects that. And I do, again, want to reiterate, I think it's quite innovative with some of the scenes continuing and some being, single frames. So yeah, bronze, please.
Thank you. Rescore, please. We have a score of 72, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Matt, would you like to have a chat?
Yeah, the movement that's created by the techniques here really adds to the scene and adds a lot of interest. I think that the technique doesn't necessarily match the moment, however. There's this frenetic feel, but what's actually happening is not a frenetic moment. So if you have access to the track like this, and applied such a technique to something like a pit stop where things happen in seconds and there's so much speed involved in what's going on, then that could create a really exciting image.
Thank you, Matt. Could we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 79, and Craig, you've got the challenge.
Okay. This is a really fantastic set of environmental portraits of these people, and I think I've rewarded this a silver, I guess, for the strength of the 3 landscape images alone. I think those are all fantastic images that speak to the lives of these people. So I'd love to see this in silver, yeah.
Okay, we're going to come down to Chris, please.
Yeah, I was on 73, so not quite at bronze range. I agree, it's a good set of environmental portraits. And in this category, I want to see something linking them together more than just they're all from the same place. I want to see some kind of narrative or familial relationship, and I don't get that. Like, I don't see them as being particularly related. I do appreciate the individual images. I feel like the bottom central one has been fairly significantly overexposed, and there's quite a loss of detail towards the top right, so a little more. And when you have a collection of images, we tend to kind of gravitate to the ones that let it down a little bit. Like, you know, you kind of want them all to be strong. I guess I'm not yet in the bronze range. If you can help me link these into something that makes it more of a documentary image, then I will move up.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, I was in the bronze range for the strength of some of those individual characters and how they've been photographed. I feel like there's potentially a stronger image that I might have gone straight to silver on, just choosing, 1 to 3 of these images and being more particular. I feel like the image in the top right, while it establishes a sense of place, it's actually carrying you out the top part of the frame rather than drawing you into it. So my advice to the photographer would be to be really careful about how you create and making sure every frame leads into the next frame or wherever you want somebody to look. But I'm in bronze. I'm not far from silver on the strength of some of those individual images, so I'm happy to listen.
Okay, Craig.
I think what connects these here is just the lifestyle, and I think for me that's enough. I agree with everything else you guys have said, and that's why I'm not going higher. But I think the strength of some of these images and that connection of lifestyle is what took me into silver. So yeah, let's give it 1 more point.
Rescore, please. We have an 81 silver award. Congratulations. Okay, let's have the next image, please. we have a score of 80, which is a silver award? Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Matt? Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I particularly enjoyed about this image is that you go in and you're like, oh, is that an error? Because there's like this weird smushiness of the mountains underneath the helicopter, and you're like, no, actually that's more information, that's the exhaust, that's the helicopter straining to stay level and allow this guy to be cradled within the hills there. And then you've got lots of play on scale with the little boats in the distance, so there's lots of lovely elements coming together in this image to tell a story.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from, whose arm was it? Chris, please.
Congrats on the silver. I was right there with the group. There's such a wonderful feeling of joy in this little girl's face, like it's a documentation of her day on the boat. And I spent a bit of time going, well, is it like, are they traveling on a ferry? But that middle image on the right has some photos on a film strip, which makes me go, that's their boat. This is what they do on a Saturday or a Sunday. And she's, even if they do it all the time, she's having the best day of her life every single time. And that joy is what brought me into silver.
Thank you. Tony, take a break. And Rachel, do you want to step back in, please? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80. Chris is waving madly down there. Thank you.
I'm way down here. I have to wave really hard. I'm on 86 for this, so I'm stretching this way out into silver with distinction. We see a lot of images where we're capturing sports and we're capturing that moment. And I think there's a lot about this that's been done very well in a way that you would expect. You have that moment just after the ball's been struck. You have the whole crowd looking. They're holding phones up. They're documenting it. But the introduction of that technique, which I assume is something like there's a reflective surface kind of near the lens, so we're without having to use ICM, we've introduced that motion blur, and we've brought motion and dynamism into what is otherwise a static image. And it's brought, for me, it's given it more than you have in a typical documentary image. It's given it that motion and kind of excitement, which is why I rewarded it with a silver with distinction.
Okay, Rachel, you know it's coming.
Yeah, I was hoping someone else would. Let me see. I scored this 73, so outside of awards range. I really enjoy the technique and the motion, but I just, the loss of the bottom of the feet and just a little bit more space on the right would have pushed me like so much higher, but I'm happy to listen to everyone else and see where this goes.
Okay, well, Matt would like to chat now. You good? Okay, Craig.
Yeah, just one comment. I'm at 82, definitely in support of this being in the silver range. There are reasons why I didn't take this any further, and that will probably hold me where I am. Mostly the light and what you said about the crop, and it's a bit unlevel. So I think a bit of finesse could have definitely got me there, but I would be very happy to see this in the silver range.
Okay. Yes, Mika.
Just one other thing. I've scored at 74, and I'll be coming up a few points to bronze. The highlight of the way that technique, which I think is fantastic, but the way that has highlighted the feet on the far left of the frame is unfortunate.
Okay, Chris.
I think it's, thanks everyone. I think, we all appreciate the technique, which is really good. It's all about the feet. And if, I forget who said it now, but if the feet had been cropped in a little bit and a little more room on the side, then I would have been in gold. I hate cropping off the bottom of feet. I've been beaten up in awards for that too, and I always had that voice in my head. That one little thing is not going to keep me out of silver with distinction in this case, because the technique, we talk about techniques being applied in the right moment. This is the right application of the right technique. You're going to get a little bit of splashback with maybe something you might not want highlighted, and in a documentary category, we can't do much about that. But I still think it's very effective, and I hope we can move up for this photographer.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 82, silver award. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 83, but there's an automatic challenge from Craig, please.
Yes, let me talk about this. I think this is fantastic. I'm at 91. This is just such a perfect embodiment of corporate greed and how we cannot possibly compete with this kraken coming out of the ocean to consume us. There's no way that this solo fisher person can compare with this giant net. He might be able to feed himself, but he's probably not going to be able to catch enough to make a living. I think the composition is fantastic. The similarities in the yellow ropes of this big giant thing and the yellow on the oars of the guy here. I think that this is a fantastic use of the drone to get this perspective, and I haven't seen anything like this before. It's great documentary storytelling. This is a gold.
Okay, Chris, you're at the other end.
Thank you, Craig. I'm on 78. I did not understand what I was looking at. I was going, is this a recent shipwreck? And, is it being towed out? It's really obvious now, so I feel like a doofus. But with that information, yeah, you don't have to work hard at all.
Cool. Okay, everybody wants to chat to this one, so we'll start with Matt because he was first, and then we'll work our way down.
Yeah, I wish I was seeing what you were seeing, because your description is a gold. But when I look in the boat, I'm just not seeing the fishing equipment. I think this guy is actually here to monitor the process that's taking place. He is a part of it. And the sea creature, I feel like it's not quite ominous. It actually feels cartoony to me. I scored it into silver because of the fun of these two little pointy eyes on either side and then this giant mouth. So I'm just not getting the same feeling as you are, but I wish I was.
Okie dokie. So we're back to Craig because Matt's answered everybody else's questions.
Well, way to kill my story, Matt. Yeah, okay. Well, if he is part of this whole process, then good for him. But let's see what we can do. Visually, I think it's still pretty striking, and I'd love to get the photographer some more points for this.
Please rescore, judges. Couple more points. Silver distinction, 86. Congratulations. Let's have the next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Matt, you'd like to chat? Thank you.
Yeah, what an atmosphere that's captured in this image. There's so much drama and texture. You can see the grit in the faces of the people there. However, it appears that the image has been darkened down or something similar, and there's a few portholes created by arms and oars and things that are just revealing the original state of that background, which just kills the immersion. So just paying attention to those little details, and I think this would have been a lot higher.
Thank you. Okay, Craig, have a wee break. Okay. And Roger, would you like to come back in, please? Oh, right, let's have the next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And Matt, would you like to give a comment, please?
Yeah, what a beautiful environmental portrait this photographer's captured. That expression is as gorgeous and engaging. You can see the little Harley-Davidson badge on her hat. I wish that we could have seen her engagement with that, perhaps in a garage or somewhere where there's going to be more storytelling elements as to who this person is and how they're connected with things. And also on a technical side, just to darken down the cushion on the left, just a touch.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 74. And Roger's going to challenge that.
Yeah, well, I wondered about the composition of this and sat with it for a while. You've got the teenager in the hoodie, and then you've got the one with sort of taking solace in his music, and then the guy in the headphones totally disconnected behind. And for me, that was maybe the message of this disconnected youth, really. It's lost and a bit or lonely in their own little worlds. And I think the photographer has made those decisions to point us in that way, with the subject being diminished in a background of dark, depressing space. And the lights maybe signify hope. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, possibly. Anyway, I figured it was worthy of a bit more than a bronze.
Okay, Rachel, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave this a 72, so outside of the awards range, and maybe I'm being a little bit stingy. I'm happy to be enlightened. I got quite a different reading from this image. I feel like this is the start of an evening. The band is starting to set up. The chap in the hoodie's getting the instruments ready, and maybe that's the singer out there in his zone getting into his place and into his music. But I don't really know why we need all of the peripherals, because that's the story in that sort of third of the image for me. So I'm listening. Maybe I'm missing things.
Okay, Mika?
Yeah, I was probably more on the side of reading this as a setup, like a getting ready situation, and I really actually liked the lighting, but from a distance, the lighting, the way that it's framing, gives prominence to the moment that when you go up close isn't yet there. And so I have this contradiction, like we've got the way that the colour is working and the way that the lights are working are saying this is a moment, but then everything else is saying, but it's not. So I felt a disconnect between those two things. But again, I'm listening as well.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
Yeah, look, I guess that's the beauty of an image, isn't it? We can all have our own interpretations. I've trusted that the photographer has chosen the timing and the way they're presented in the elements to communicate something to us, and the fact that the figure's got their back to us. And there's a gloominess to the whole image. I think there is a sadness that they're trying to convey. So anyway, let's score.
Rescore, please. A score of 75, bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, and Mika, you've got the challenge.
Great, excellent. So I scored this 83, and there's some good reasons for that. I am not a car person at all. What I'm responding to here is two different things. I'm responding to the strong diagonal, the lighter lines from the left and right that show us that contain that line of vehicles. But and I really love that diagonal, and I really love that the power of these vehicles has caused that blur in the background. Like they're sharp as anything, but that blur that's been created by the power is very visible. And I a little thing about me, I did bobsleigh. Wearing those helmets, when you've got stuff coming in your face like that, you cannot see. So they're about to go so fast, and they cannot see And I just I feel the fear. Like it generates something for me in those conditions, to be in such powerful vehicles. I think the photographer has conveyed that really well. So I'm quite impressed, and I think it's quite successful. Silver, please.
Okay, we're going to come down the other end. Chris, please.
So I was on 77, so I had this as a strong bronze, and I think I wanted to reward both that diagonal and this feels like a landscape. You know, as you get further back in the landscape, things get more and more obscured, and I thought that was done really well. You've already answered my question, and I'll be coming up, Mika. Where I was struggling was why crop where we've cropped. I almost wanted to have a little bit more information left and right, but you drew my attention to those two lines that contain it, and now I feel really comfortable with it, so I'll come up to silver.
Hey, Matt, you'd like to have a chat too?
Yeah, I was supportive of it in bronze. The atmosphere created by the spray does a lot for this image. I feel like when you have any kind of typography in an image, it just shows image quality. And unfortunately here, I feel like some of that typography on the lead vehicle is just not clear. If it was perfect, I would be able to read that. I know it's a Pirelli, that's the little yellow stamps on the bottom there, but the image quality just isn't reinforcing that. And unfortunately, that's just one of those things where there's text in an image, we all know what the text should look like, and therefore we get this point of reference that is almost unearned by us. And I also felt like, as much as I'm really enjoying the atmosphere and the line that's created, this isn't race conditions. I'm not seeing people like jostling for position, and if I saw that, well then wow, I would be a lot higher as well.
Okay, Mika, back to you.
Yeah, thanks for giving me some stuff to work with. I really appreciate it. I think that, this is not a commercial category. We are not looking at trying to advertise these vehicles. I didn't even look at the text. It doesn't. I don't find that the text is particularly important in this photograph because it's not a race, and they're just going through their motions. They're doing maybe that initial lap or whatever, and I think it's sharp enough. I mean, look, we're in a category where we have certainly seen many photographs where it's a moment, and the technical prowess is of lesser consequence in some situations, and I think for me that works here. Like, I just think we're conveying an exciting scene in conditions that are just, I feel the fear of I mean, I don't think they're going to go very slow for very long, even if they're not racing. They're going to go fast. They can't see a thing. I'm feeling the atmosphere, and going back to what you were saying, I think that it's necessary to have so much space around it to convey the conditions that they're about to drive in. So, we're on, what are we on? 79.
79.
Come on, silver, please.
Rescore, please. 81 silver award. Well done. Okay, Mika, take a break, and Catherine, do you want to step back in, please? Next image, please. Okay, we are currently 90, but we have an automatic challenge from Catherine, please.
Excellent. So I gave this 93. This is fantastic. This is so original. I just feel like we're in documentary category. This is documenting the aftermath, potentially, of the family cat's evening. I don't know. I feel like the photographer has come across this scene in the morning in the bath with the beautiful delicacy of a half-chewed rat, you know. The delicacy of this, as well as the brutality, as well as that soft colour palette, is really beautiful, and it's storytelling as well. And then you've got the plug to give you the context. Really interesting. I've never seen anything like this before, so let's talk about it.
Okay, we're coming to Matt.
Yeah, I initially really enjoyed almost the surreal nature of this image, and that it is shot down, and then you've got this bathtub plug, and you're like, what's going on here? Because initially it presents as, say, an animal death on ice or something like that. However, I scored it in the bronze range, and I felt like it was somebody that was feeding their own raptor that they were keeping, and they just wanted to feed it this animal in a space where they wouldn't have as much mess to clean up. I'm not seeing it quite as much as a cat because I'm not seeing a carcass of the bird as well. I feel like that rodent and the bird have had a bit of a tiff, and obviously the bird seems to have won this one. But I felt like it was a little bit of a setup situation due to understanding the story in that way. And I also found the highlights in the bottom left very challenging because they are starting to blow out significantly. But if you can take me on a journey somewhere else, I really enjoy the surrealism and the unusual nature of this image.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I commend the photographer for owning a cat that does this in the bathtub, because mine usually does it in the lounge and makes a real mess. I think that this is, I'm with Catherine on this. I scored it 92, and I'm quite happy for it to go much, much higher into gold. This is greed. This is our domestic cat greed. There's not just a rat there. There's parts of a bird. I feel like this guy has completely overstuffed himself. It's really common for them to leave the cats. Often will leave that gut sack and not eat it. If unfortunately, I can smell it now. If they do actually break that open, the whole house will stink. It's truly disgusting. There's probably less feathers there because the rest of the feathers are through the house. My cat would bring something home, and my favourite Persian rug was literally his abattoir. He would bring it to the same place time and again, multiple times in a night, if he was being really an arsehole, basically. So I think this is what's happened here, is that Kitty's gone out, had caught something, had some fun, had a feed, wasn't quite full enough, went back and got more and took it back to his favourite little abattoir, but he's just a little bit more restrained, and it's a bathtub, so it can be cleaned out. I love it. I think it speaks to what's happening to a lot of our native bird species.
Okay, comments from Roger?
I think it's a lovely blending of forensic surrealism and fine art. That's all I've got to say, really.
Chris, did you want to add anything?
I've learned two things. I was on 84, and that was really because I was confused about the circumstances, and I think that's been adequately described. And I've also learned that when Rachel invites you to her house and gets you a sleeping bag on her Persian rug, you should say no. I'm going to come up.
Okay, please rescore, judges.
Right reply?
Oh, sorry, Catherine.
Great discussion, everyone. Thank you so much. Just to address a couple of points there, Matt, you were talking about losing detail in the bottom left there. This is the side of a bath. I don't need to see more detail in the side of a bath. I've got all that beautiful detail in the bottom of the bath. I think it's great, your raptor story, feeding the raptor, that's just another narrative that we can bring into it. Rachel's bringing in, environmental concerns here. I think it's great that we don't need to know exactly how this carnage happened, but we're looking at beautiful carnage, and I think that Roger put it really well, saying that this is surreal fine art. This is a really original presentation, and whatever narrative you use to get there, I think we are all seeing the beauty in death that the photographer's shown us here. So fantastic documentary photography. Let's reward it.
Okay, please rescore now, judges. We have a score of 92 Gold Award. Congratulations. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Chris, please?
Good job on setting up in a location that allows you to get some really good action. And I actually really appreciate that you can see there's a net between you and the goalie so that at least you're safe and your gear's safe. I think now that you're in this spot, find that decisive moment. This is almost an in-between moment. It's the anticipation of what's about to happen, but you're in the perfect spot to capture that moment. So stay on the lens and grab that and show that to us.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And you can take a wee break, Chris. And Jackie, would you like to step back in, please? Let's have the next image, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Roger's going to challenge that.
That was quick. In a way, this is the decisive moment, but probably a moment after is also a decisive moment, but a different decisive moment. I'm imagining this guy's, he's played a vital shot. It's an important shot. It's in the air, and he's not quite sure where it's going, and so the decisive moment at the moment is the anticipation, the hoping, the slight unknown, but it's looking like it's going to be good. And I think that's part of what takes into silver distinction, but for me, the true joy of it is just all of the individual faces in there. Such a variety and such an intensity to them with the, with the modern twist of the cell phone. So I just thought it was superior to a silver because of those reasons, really.
Okay, you're all pretty similar. Matt, you're at the other end?
Yeah, the other end is pretty good too. It's still a silver. I really enjoyed the intensity of the stare of the golfer here, and I feel like the T-shirt on the far left also gives you a little bit of context as well as to what competition that this is. The expressions are all really rewarding, especially for the amount of mobile phones that are in there. Oftentimes you see photos like this and the phones are across the face, but here they're either being held up or held low, allowing you to enjoy all of those expressions. So I'm interested in coming up. I feel like I'm held back just a little bit by that darkness in the bottom right corner if I were to pick on anything.
Cool. Is it Catherine? Yep.
I'm on 83, and I'm going to come up to silver distinction with you, Roger. I think those phones, I love the way they're all in one line in the background, and so that's a storyline in itself, and then you come forward to all the faces, and they are all fantastic. You travel around, and you're really rewarded by the intensity, and on the right there, the way everybody's really leaning into this moment, and then the golfer himself, that the wide-eyed, slightly thunderstruck expression, he's just watching. So there's layers, there's the phones, the people, there's him, then there's the ball, and then there's you. So it's got really cool depth going on. I'm coming silver distinction.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
It's all been said, really. I'd add one more thing. If anyone's wavering, look at the wee boy. You know,
Okay.
he's really into it, isn't he? Just his expression and his body language and all the rest of it. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Rescore, please. We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Well done. Okay, Matt, do you want to have a wee break? And no, sorry. Tony, do you want to just jump in, please? Right, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Catherine, please? Is that Catherine's turn?
Well done on your award. I think this is a really lovely little documentary moment of a mother teaching her kids how to work with a harakeke. I feel like I love particularly the child on the right, leaning in there, just watching her working with the flax. I think there are a few distractions in the background. If those had been either removed, or you can't remove, but burned down, the slight blob of the plant and the bright white cushions. But lovely moment. Well done on your award.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71. Could we have a comment from Tony, please?
This is on? Yeah. Look, I think it's a moment in probably an airport where there's busyness and there's stillness in the same moment captured. So the photographer's done a great job combining the sense of motion and the freezing of motion. I still think we need to have a greater sense of purpose, and I would certainly encourage that storytelling to be expanded and to see where that can take you.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. We have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Look, a lovely quirky image, particularly like the interesting use of the binoculars, I'm assuming, and the mirroring of the yellow. I think to raise it to the next level, just a stronger sense of what the communication is here, really.
Thank you, Roger. Next image, please. have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Cool. Can we have somebody going to challenge that?
Oh yeah, why not?
Okay, Rachel.
I scored this 81 silver. I think it's really beautifully handled. It's a very still moment in an activity that can have quite a lot of fast moments. I'm enjoying the fact that the photographers intentionally left the spotlights in the bottom of the frame so that we can see where all of that light source is coming from. Yeah, I just really like it and put it into the silver range for that. So let's see what's holding others back.
Hey, Tony, do you want to...
Look, I was just out of award range myself. Images like this are tough because they're quite impactful. I'm trying to get in my mind what the photographer is bringing as opposed to the performer and the stage lighting and bits and pieces there. So what I'd be looking for photographically is the capture of the tension, of the muscle tone, and maybe an expression on the performer's face to really give that some punch photographically. Sadly, we're kind of losing the performer's face and grittiness and intensity that I'd like to see.
Okay, somebody else? Anybody else? You're about the same. Would you like to have a... Roger?
Just briefly, I scored it in the 82. Similar reasons to Rachel, really, just for the visual impact and beauty and elegance of it. And I guess the way graphically the lines seem to either harmonise or cross the lines in appropriate ways in terms of his body shape. And the small little sort of nugget was just the gentle lighting on the face when you go up close and look at it. Yes, I thought it was a silver.
Okay, Rachel.
Okay, one more person for silver. I have to say, Tony, I'm just... Actually, going to sound bad. I'm enjoying the way the light is hitting his body. I don't need to see the muscle tone. I'm loving the caress and the play on the light there. I don't particularly need to see his face either. I'm just finding it really restful and enjoyable. And yes, there's moments of tension in a performance like this, but the performer also needs that moment of quiet. And I think the photographers captured that really beautifully.
Let's rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 78, bronze award. Well done. Okay, and on that note, Rachel, have a wee break. And let's welcome Bruce back, please. Let's have the next image, please. We have a score of 71. Could we have a comment from Catherine, please?
I quite enjoy the split down the centre of this image with the dark and the light. I think it's been well captured and a very competently captured image, but there's nothing to really propel it into the award level. I think holding, you've got people arriving at a birthday party. I think maybe holding it back doesn't also quite feel like the right moment with the guy at the front. It's kind of awkward with positioning of his hands and legs there. Maybe just slightly different moment would have elevated it. But yeah, I do enjoy that dichotomy of the two sides of the image.
Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78. And you're both on the same score, so who wants it? Right, Catherine, okay.
I can see we've got a really big spread here. I was on 87 silver distinction for this. I think this is a fantastic image. I'm so intrigued as to what you guys are doing down there. So much energy, beautifully handled, the tonal range beautifully printed, and I guess what really elevated it for me is that the slightly alien-esque. Bruce, do you mind? I mean, so thank you. The slightly alien-esque appearance of the driver of this machine with all that white, you know, I find that really effective in terms of the tonal range and then taking you in there. But then the wheels themselves, the old-fashioned wheels surging up out of this big mess. The tonal range with all the darks when you're travelling around the image, and then you just keep coming back to the power of this moment, and there's so much energy in it. So yeah, so intrigued to hear what you guys have to say.
Okay, Jackie, you can probably help Catherine.
I scored at 70. I saw it as a moment, but I think it's a missed moment. I can see what. I can't really see where. Maybe it's just the puddle, or is it a river, or is it, where is it, and why? Why has he got that big white cloak on? And I can't. So there's no identity. So there's no who. So this is a storytelling documentary area that I'm after some of those things. The choice to use a fast shutter speed has frozen all the moment and frozen all the water, which obscures some of that story. Anyway, that's one of the reasons, some of the reasons I'm listening.
Thank you. Tony?
76 mid-range. I think I love the concept of vintage cars going rogue, and you've got this explosion, the power and the water. That was why I scored it where it was. Holding back for me is the cloak, the jacket, which is dominating where we're heading. Whereas the natural fact, the power of this is the droplets in the water, essentially around the wheels and the front engine, that really gives us the special character.
Okay, quickly, Roger.
Yeah, I was up with you, Catherine. Two things to add, really. One is just the textural aspect of it, and the second is a slightly nostalgic aspect. But I agree with you. I think that this is the moment. I mean, if you any moment before you would have less splash, and any moment after the splash would have gone. And I guess you can't see his face because he doesn't want to get too wet, so that's just part of what it is, really. And I don't think that's the point of the image anyway. It's about the whole beast going through that water and the energy and the explosion that's coming from that.
Okay, Catherine.
I'm not going to touch the mic. Thanks, everyone. So interesting how differently we can see things. You know, Jackie, you were saying there's no identity and there's no sense of who this is. I agree. It's this alien figure. For me, that's such a strength. And as I said, the tonal range of that takes you back to that person who's really quite intriguing. Vintage cars gone rogue. I love that, Tony thing. I don't know what exact event this is. Probably a vintage car event. I don't really need to know because I feel like the image, is documenting the feeling of this. It's documenting the energy of it, and as you said, this beast surging out of the water. I feel like I have seen images that are done really well like this before. Sorry, with the frozen spray, which Jackie for me is again adding. Oh my gosh. Beauty and texture and energy to this. But I think that for me, that figure is what is elevating this image beyond over the ones that I've already seen of this. So yeah, let's celebrate the vintage cars going rogue and the energy and just the quirk of that figure.
Rescore, please, judges. Chris has just gone to get some water, Catherine. We have a score of 81, silver award. Congratulations. Okay, Roger, let's give you a break. And Craig, do you want to jump back in, please? Let's have our next image, thanks.
And I
Just a reminder, everybody that's here, to vote for the Ian Poole Award. It closes at 3 o'clock today, so if you've got a favourite judge or panel chair, then please go and cast your vote. Thank you. So we have an initial score of 89. We have an automatic challenge that is Tony.
Look, I've gone a bit of a limb and gone gold distinction, 96. Look, we've all been... we see a number of sports shots and the likes. I've not seen one like this that shows skiing or the downhill or the event this is. Everything about this is different to what I've ever seen before. This looks like it's at night, but it's... I don't believe it is, but the dots in behind look like stars. You got the snow. You got this explosion of the mist of the flurries of snow behind. It looks like the skiers caused that in some way. You've got this diagonal arrow that's sort of showing you on the way up, although I do believe he's heading on down the frame. But the concept of the black and white and the graphics and the colour, the technical, I actually have no reason at all to fault this. And I think in terms of what we're looking for in our gold range, superior communication and outstanding craftsmanship, I believe we're seeing this here. Tell me, please, if there's anything else I've missed in terms of what we should be looking for close to perfection.
Okay, we're coming down to Jackie, please.
Scored it into silver at 82. I can see myself coming up into the distinction area. Thanks for the story. The graphics are very strong. There was a... I wasn't sure whether I was looking at the back of his helmet for a while. It took me a while to find the face. I think I could see the face there. That was great. I'm enjoying that texture, and the composition is very strong. For gold, I guess for this category, it's about that who, what, where again. This is a what, doing something, doing in a as you're writing your notes. I'm giving you more time to think about it. Where's he going? How come there's that snowbed? There's some other story that I need to hear.
Okay, Craig.
I scored this at 88, and I feel like I've been really mean on scoring at 88. I'll definitely come up. I feel like we're looking at this from a perspective that you can see in multiple ways, and it kind of gives me an uneasy feeling a little bit, because I feel like that ski is about to land on the photographer at any minute. So I loved it for all the reasons that you said, Tony. I see a little bit more than that in it for myself as well, and I'm going to come up into gold.
Okay, we can hear from Catherine, please.
Thank you. I gave this 94, and I don't know what I was thinking not coming straight to gold distinction. I really think I was chicken on a 94. This is fabulous work. Jackie, who, what, where, all the information's there. It's on the clothing, and we know exactly this is a skier. Where, it's like dropping off the face of the earth. The feeling of vulnerability here is amazing. The graphics are amazing. The use of the colour, the black and white, and then I sort of get, with a little sprinkle of snow, not above, but just around the skier, I sort of get this feeling of stars, they're just absolutely dropping through space. So it's got an emotional impact as well as visual and storytelling. Gold distinction all the way.
Bruce, did you want to have anything?
I think everybody said everything they needed to get me up there. My main concern was I was wrapping my head around the orientation of things. It was really confusing me, but I'm pretty sold.
Okay, Tony.
Look, let me help. Just in case you haven't seen it, Jackie, the bib, the Olympic ring. So I do believe this person is competing most likely at Winter Olympics. I think this is an athlete, at the top of their game, and this is the level in which we're seeing this capture. And again, Bruce, I think the orientation, I suspect this is probably taken the other way around and it's been turned, but that to me is no issue, because it's the photographer's choice to present it in a way, and that is what's making this so unique in my mind for gold distinction, because it is extremely different, novel, fresh, and the vulnerability is the impact visually, as well as the actual physical stuff that's going on at the ski. You know, he's going to slam down hard pretty soon, given the hint of what's going on with that exploding flurry around them. So, gold distinction team, do what's in your heart. Come up into something in the 90s, please.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 95, gold distinction. Congratulations. Okay, let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 73. We're all pretty standard. Could we have a comment from Bruce, please?
Well done for entering and presenting this to us. I think you're on the right track here with the storytelling elements. The idea is the girls doing their hair and then looking at somebody with rollers in a print and going, being aspirational or something like that. They're all having a bit of fun. I think to elevate, maybe pulling out or showing some extra frame around, get a bit more into the girls and then give us that nugget of that story. Let's just expand a little bit, and yeah, I think you're getting somewhere.
Thank you. Next image, please. We've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a chat.
Yes, you can do, yep.
Cool. I'm on silver at 82. I think this is a really well thought out moment about, and I'm going to bring my own story to this, like a community who have come together to maybe celebrate somebody who's passed, and that sporting community is having like a memorial match or something, like a soccer match, and they're just enjoying each other's company, especially all the old timers who obviously may have not seen each other in a very long time, and then they're enjoying the festivities, which is watching the sport they love, and then having that communal moment, reminiscing, and then time to go again. So I think it's a nice bit of communication done well. So I think it's worthy of a silver.
Okay, Jackie, you're at the other end.
Yes, I'm under the scoring range at 72. I found that each image was just a little bit too far away, or a little bit too just catching not even a decisive moment, but just recording what was there instead of interpreting it in an interesting way that brought me to a final image at the end, which is just backs of people, backs of hands and backs of shoulders and things. So for some of the images, I just wasn't close enough to read that story.
Okay, Craig. Oh, sorry, Jackie. Craig, you're the...
Yeah, I'm on 78, and I too kind of got that same story. I felt like it was maybe the young players honouring the older players that had retired, it did cross my mind it could be a memorial match too. But I just felt that the central image you couldn't get into that to hold it all together for me to take it to silver. And then that last image feels like it's a darts image and not I think football or soccer, as you call it in this part of the world. Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Bruce.
Yeah, I understand the not being close enough, and that's a fair comment, especially for the central image. I think you need to have a little bit of crowd, though, for that central image. Just having that person there, probably a different angle would have helped. I think it being a little bit out as well isn't a bad thing. Sometimes you need to be the observer. You don't need to be in people's faces. So, I don't know. I'm on silver. Let's see where we can go.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award.
Hey.
Congratulations. Okay, thank you, Tony. And let us have Mika back, please. Right, let's have our next image, please. Right, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I think this is a really, really well captured image, and the thing that was missing for me is why is he here doing this? I guess is he lost? Is he camping? Is he teaching people how to light fires in the rain? I don't know what the full story of this is. So a little bit more information about where this person is doing this would really help elevate it for me.
Thank you, Craig. Right, Catherine, have a wee break. And Chris, would you like to jump in, please? Let's have our next image, please. We have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and Craig is slowly putting...
Well, I can see the score next to me,
Yep.
so one of us can.
Just fight it out and then start talking.
How about we both?
Go on.
All right, okay. This one took me a little bit to work out where I wanted to sit. It's a deceptively simple image, but it's not. So the signage is the big thing that dominates, even though we have this figure in the middle, and it's about virtual reality. And then behind that figure, you've got a gaming thing. But when you look at this figure, you just feel like it's somebody maybe just sitting on the side of the road being a bit depressed or whatever, but it's way more than that. This person, from what I can tell, is physically disabled. And the stuff that's sitting beside them, I'm not sure it is, but I have a feeling that they may be a beggar or something like that, something that they don't have access to what's behind them. But worst of all, there's a reality behind them in a lot of different ways which excludes them. Video games, virtual reality are really ableist, and for me, that is just horrible. There are things out there which try to make it better for people who have different abilities, but in this instance, I feel like there's a clash of social spaces as well as physical space and personal space, and I think that's worth rewarding.
Okay, we're going to come down to Jackie, please.
I'm in bronze as well, because of what you said. I didn't have an emotional connection so much because of I wasn't able to get in close enough to this guy, and some but look, a lot of the real estate could have been closer in, and it would have had more impact. Just a little bit of maybe eye contact or some connection with this crippled person. I'm listening to what you have to say, though. I find it quite strong, particularly the VR on the right and that sense of other reality that they'd love to be in, not the one they're in.
Okay, Craig, you put your hand up.
Yeah, so for me, it is hard to get in. It is overwhelming. The world is completely overwhelming for this person. And I think that's part of the point. I think that juxtaposition that really just excludes this person, it is partly why maybe the head is down, but also that is a familiar behaviour and body language of people on the streets begging. And so we've got this juxtaposition at the top of the frame, but I actually think that the inclusion of the white line is really important to this image, because that's like the line that nobody's going to cross. Everybody's going to walk by, nobody's going to acknowledge or look at this person. This is the barrier that says do not cross. I scored this 88, and I too sat for a while before I could decide where to land with this. I think I'm going to increase my score. I think we should be talking about gold for this. I think it's a very powerful image that says a lot about society, technology, social boundaries. Yeah, I think it's incredible.
Okay, Bruce.
I want to change my score to 90. I can't. Yeah, thank you for the line. The line definitely just solidifies it all together for me. Yeah, Jackie, it's hard to maybe get into this space, but this person may not even be able to raise their head properly, let's be honest. You don't know what's going on there. And it's a moment that typifies, it's kind of weird because the space behind them could be really exciting, but it's actually kind of dead as well in some respects. But there is such a juxtaposition of reality here, which is subtle, but like, yeah, as we sit with it more, it's more compelling. I want to go to gold. You guys can do it. I have to be stuck at 88. I feel sad. Do it.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 88, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and Craig's putting his hand up.
I'm on 82 for this, and I think there's a couple of ways that I can read into this, and Chris, you might be able to help me out because you're a theatre guy as well, but this is obviously the dressing room in a theatre. I think it's quite funny that we have a sign here that says hair, and there's empty heads with no wigs or anything on them, and no hair equipment. Or is it a production of hair, in which case no clothing and wigs are needed? So, yeah, I thought it was really fun and interesting.
Okay, we're going to Jackie, please.
The pendulum swings again, and yes, I can read it all. It's blatantly obvious. It's hair, and there's models there that nothing's turned up for the model's hair to be put on, or the costume department hasn't turned up. I felt like the story hadn't been told, and I'm waiting for all the action to start to happen, give me layers of information that intrigue me and take me into a silver area. I'm sort of left waiting.
Okay, Chris, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's hair, the production. That feels like it's exactly right. And this is the neatest dressing room I have ever seen in my life. So the chaos has not started yet. This is in preparation for all this stuff. I feel like we have a good sense of place because of the name of the theater company is there. So this is the anticipation before. It's a really clever capture from the photographer. I'm on 78. I didn't see enough to get me up into silver. I do feel like in an hour, when there is more stuff going on, there might be more for me to latch onto. So I don't know, Craig, if you can work on that for me.
Okay, Craig.
Okay, the reason I was going to hope that you would help me out is because I believe traditionally hair is played nude, I think. And that explains everything being empty for me. So that's why I scored it a bit higher.
Rescore, please. We've scored 77 bronze award. Okay, Jackie, have a wee break, and Matt, would you like to jump in, please? Okay, let's have our next image, please.
I think it's oops, one. Go back one.
Go back one. On the
Okay, 1 moment. Right, we are all in the same screen. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes. We have a score of 70. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
Certainly. I think the photographer has done really well framing the musician with the person on the outside. However, because the distance is so great, there's just so little of what we want to be looking at and so much of everything else, and I feel like that balance is a bit off. So perhaps a person who's closer to the performance to frame it or something like that might help with this idea.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Matt, would you like to do feedback, please?
Yeah, I was also on silver. I felt initially the story is a little hard to access, but then you realize that it is a diver about to enter the water. And what a fascinating viewpoint to bring towards this. It's almost like an almost abstract artwork that's created out of that moment. A very unique portrayal of that part of the sport. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next image, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Craig, if you'd like to give a comment, please.
Yeah, I was right at the top of silver for this, and I think it's a really great capture. The cool stuff at the bottom with the cleaner fish under the shark, and that shark in the distance framed by the fin, I think is really nice, as are the divers coming down on the line above the shark. I guess just a little bit more control of those highlights and bringing those down a little bit at the very, very top above those divers there would have helped me to keep my eye on the cool stuff going on. So, yeah, nice capture. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from... Matt's got his hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, the photographer has chosen a great perspective for this moment, but I feel like the decisive moment is either before or after. It's when that child is launching himself at the line, that is the decisive moment, or it's when they're reacting and celebrating with their teammates that are beautifully out of focus behind them.
Thank you, Matt. Next image, please. We have a score of 74. Thank you. Craig, could we have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I really, really enjoy the strong vertical lines in each of these compositions, and I thought that the the two figures running out of the frame and stretching into the first frame was quite interesting. So I think there's a nice visual narrative here, perhaps a little bit better control of highlight and shadow, especially in that first image. And whilst I appreciate those two figures in the second one, maybe waiting until, I guess she's a bride, has walked a little bit closer so she's not so tiny in the distance. I think they would all things that would help elevate this.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 83, which is a silver award, and actually Craig has the highest score, so thank you.
Then that means I'm not alone. I think this sums up livestock auction pretty well. The auctioneer is really animated. There's the livestock kind of crammed in at the bottom. There's some beautiful layers to travel up through their backs, through the light hitting them up into those people who are all looking out to make sure they don't miss any bidders, I guess. And I love the animation on the auctioneer's face. That's why I put it in at 86, and I think it's deserving of a silver with distinction.
Okay, we're going to come down to Chris, please.
I'm on 78, so I put this into bronze. And I do love that expression on the auctioneer's face and everyone around. Like, I think the auctioneer's face is the killer moment that's in this. I think I was, struggling whether to put this into bronze or silver. I think I was looking for something in amongst all of the animals, a little cookie. Maybe it doesn't need that. Maybe the landscape of their backs is enough. And I felt a little bit conflicted about some of the people that were coming in from the right, but then if you crop them out, you have that bit of tree. So it was sort of those choices that I was walking through. Sitting back and looking at it for longer, I think it's been framed the way that it should be. So I think I've been a bit shy in bronze, and I'll come up to silver, and let's see how you go.
Okay, Mika?
Yeah, so I am likewise on silver with distinction, and I have never thought about what it feels like to be a cow before this photograph, but I feel what it must be like to be a cow in this photograph. You've got all those people standing at the top, beautifully blown out sky, so that you're really focusing on those people and those expressions. They actually don't give a shit. They are looking out at the bidding. They're not caring about the animals at all. There's no interaction between them and the animals. The additional people I'm not bothered by, because it just gives us a feeling of the crowd, and these events are loud and there's crowd and there's overlap, and I actually think the photographer has done exceptionally well to keep all those figures separate. I think this is really excellent photography. I don't want to feel like a cow. Yeah, back to you.
Well, what Mika said, 86 please, people.
Okay, rescore, thank you. We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Well done. Okay, let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment for the photographer, please? Craig?
Yeah, I think these are all individually quite strong images. I struggled with the last one for a minute because the line coming up on the left there into that circle, I was trying to figure out why champagne travels in that direction when the cork pops. It's like it's coming straight out of the bottle. So I found that was a little bit challenging. So angle of where you're capturing it from might have stopped my confusion. But ultimately, I just struggled with the three of these images together, and I understand that this is the event, but that cohesively they don't fit as a triptych.
Thank you. Let's have the next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, but we have a challenge from Craig, please.
I scored this 92. I could read so many things into this. Is this guy homeless? Is he at home? Is this his clutter collection? Is it some kind of junkyard? Is he working? There's a lot of things you could read into this, and I think compositionally it's perfect with all this clutter framing him so well, and this central frame in the top there brings you in. You're led in really well all through this frame, and I think it's fascinating, and I think it says a lot about this person and maybe what their life is. So I'm up in gold on this one.
Okay, we're coming down to Mika, please.
Yeah, I scored this bronze, and the reason is I didn't understand, and I wanted to understand, and there's just so much stuff there that I just got a little bit confused about what was being photographed, and the angle. While I think it's visually exciting to have an angle like that, I can't help looking at the bright patch, and that's not really where I want to be looking in this photograph. I was a bit confused.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, for me, I found that this image had a sense of escapism about it in two different ways. I feel like the figure, they're escaping through their phone, they're not looking at all of the stuff that's surrounding them, but we as the viewer are intentionally led to look at all of the ugliness of the environment, including, I think, intentionally at his feet and at his butt, where he doesn't have any hair at the back of his legs because he's been moving around so much. I also noticed that his pillow is a bag, possibly of his belongings. I don't know, I've got as many questions as you, but I certainly get a sense of transience through this, perhaps of him, but not all the junk around the space. So I'm in silver. I could come up to silver distinction, but if you keep talking, who knows?
Okay, Chris, you had a smidgen to add?
Just a smidgen. For me, there's a story, like the bike on the right-hand side. I feel like he's a traveler. He's got his fold-up bed. He's actually found an alleyway that he can go and have a little kip. He's stretched it out. There's something about how he's holding his phone. I swear he's FaceTiming someone. And I don't think he's surfing. I think he's communicating with someone. I don't know why I think that. There's just something about it that gives me that impression. I'm on 81. I think it's a really healthy silver. Man, I don't know. This is a hard one.
Okay, Craig.
As actually, from what Matt said, I think that sums things up very nicely as to what we're all seeing here. And I think that is something different, something unique, something that is from a new perspective. I'm kind of enjoying that it makes you a little bit uncomfortable to look at, Mika. I think it makes us all a little bit uncomfortable, and I think that's the point of this. And yeah, I just can't get over all of this clutter, and I think this is something that would be truly representative of this category, that it is an image that we could come back to and keep seeing more in it, keep reading more into it, keep finding more stories in our own little vignettes. So for me, this is very powerful documentary storytelling. And if I can't get you into gold, I think that we should definitely be up in that silver distinction realm. But I would love a 90 for this, please.
Rescore, please, judges. Hit a little button, judges, because you are on 89.
One more point.
So please decide 89 silver distinction, 90 gold, please. And we have not quite finished. Thank you. It's like, what do we have? I haven't gone yet. Congratulations, judges. You have a score of 90 gold award. Right, let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And we'll have a comment from Chris, please.
Good job on the panning shot. I think everything is sharp. It passes the matte test. You can read the text, so that's really good. I think I've found it just a little bit desaturated. Like I feel like there's a vibrance and an energy that could be coming through that's maybe been pulled away from saturation. So I think you could add some punch, and that would give this more visual impact, which would help us to raise our scores.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. We have an initial score of 87. And let me just work out, okay, it's Chris's challenge.
Okay, that means I'm not alone. Fab. Oh, this is bananas. I love it. It feels like this is the UFO. It feels like someone is suspended in the sky. Like, I'm glad there's the Olympic bib to show us that it's competition and all that, so we have the context information that we need, but it's so still and serene and quiet. Like, I can't hear a crowd. I can hear a little bit of wind blowing. That's it. You just have the skier's hair, which is this pigtail that's sticking up in the sky that betrays the fact that they're actually falling at the moment. So I'm imagining that their velocity towards the ground is actually quite high, and yet they're still calm. Their skis are horizontal. They're holding that hand out in a salute. It's otherworldly. Having the sun as the central element, which is blown out, and that's great. I don't care at all. Like, no problem. You can see the person is silhouetted there. They're taking up a small amount of space. Like, it's so cool. Can we chat about it, please?
Okay, well, Mika's going to have to chat about it.
Yeah, I was on 74 just out of the award range. I loved the pose, the hero gesture. I wasn't bothered by the sun at all, but what I was bothered by was the discoloration, particularly top right and top left of the sky. I can hear I can hear you say it's adding to the otherworldliness, and I guess for me, coming from a landscape background, seeing that kind of discoloration in the sky is, for someone who comes from my genre background, that's tricky. But I might just have to adjust my thinking for this category. But I'm very much listening.
Okay, we'll just hear from somebody in the middle. We've got Matt or Bruce. Who would like it?
Yeah, I think the pose and the moment here have the hallmark of a gold, and certainly that's how it feels to walk up to this print. Like Mika, I too struggle with the coloration of the image. I do feel like it's more of a color cast rather than a creative choice, but I invite you to convince me otherwise. And other than that, if this were black and white, it would remove any uncertainty altogether, and I would just go there.
Okay, Craig, you're up there with Chris.
Yeah, I am totally up there on 91. If we take the otherworldliness out for a second, I think as a capture for this athlete, I think it's fantastic. And then we go into the otherworldly realm, and the sun, of course, is central, and of course it's blown out, and then that gradient comes out from there, and that's why we've got the colour shift, because it's the atmospheric conditions that are causing that. And yes, for me it does add to that otherworldly feel as well. What I saw, let me get creative thinking on for a second here, and Chris, you talked about them kind of coming down and falling. There's some highlights on the hair there that made me feel like it's a rocket coming in for landing. And so I just feel that this person, this athlete, is in so much control of what they are doing here. Yet, this is a very uncomfortable looking situation, and something that would terrify most of us. I think this is incredible. Absolutely a gold for this image.
Okay, anybody else? No. Okay, back to you, Chris.
All right, awesome discussion, everyone. Craig, thank you for the rocket thing. I love that, and for reinforcing that any one of us would feel discomfort in this situation, but we have someone, and this is where they live, and this is their home. The discoloration around the outside, and I'm embarrassed to say, I didn't even notice it at first. Like, it's provided a vignette, but not in a exposure way, in a saturation way. So it's helped to keep my attention into the center. I'm visualizing what it would look like if that blue went everywhere, and I don't like it as much. I like that it's given us that there's the halo that emanates from the sun, the way that Craig was talking about, that keeps us kind of trapped in here. So I think that's great. That's kind of the only thing that seemed to drag this down, but there's so many things to bring it up. Should we land this rocket in gold, please?
Yes. Okay, let's... hang on a sec. Just wait 2 ticks, there's a technical error.
Push the back button and push back in.
Okay, it's thinking. Okay, go.
Okay.
Okay, you launched it to gold, 90. Well done, everybody, and that is us. Congratulations. Thank you, judges. Chris, Roger, Catherine, Craig, and Bruce, you are to head to the judges' staging area, please, for the
Thank you,
finals.
Tracy and Nicola.
Thank you.
And way before time.
Congratulations.
Yep, we were scheduled to go to 3:30. It's 2:30.
There's still half an hour left for the Ian Poole Award nomination.
Yes, that's right. Chris has just announced that there's still half an hour left to vote for the Ian Poole Award. So as you pass, off you go. Put something in the box. Right, come and get your switches, guys. Craig. Catherine. Mika. Roger, did you get a new one or did they find your old one?
Pardon my brain's going, which is not as good.
Yes, you are.
And I like the fact that.
So Chris, Roger, Catherine, Craig, and Bruce all on finals judging. So in the challenge, you click up here, and if you've got thumbs up, you've got accept the score or challenge. And it's a come up challenge and I'll come up for 5 minutes. So whoever's challenge. No, you don't touch them. Yes, you do. I'll tell you to find them. Yeah. Because they sign in. So you have, at any given time, you have 5 people that are highlighted. Yeah, so we don't touch that side of things. And so then they put, so they'll come up down here. And then whoever's challenging, you type in their name, so their score actually, they can't change their score. Whereas everybody else can. So, and you sort of go, you do it, you go top. So this is the person that's challenging. Then you go to the bottom person. And then you go somewhere in the middle.
Sorry, would you mind if I go to the
There we go, Jackie, I was coming to find you.